Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome back to another stream. So today we are trying something a little experimental, I guess. Something that I have an idea of how I want to do, the thing I want to try to do today, and we'll see if it works or if it disastrously does not. So, as bottom down there says, today I want to try making a Rubik's Cube in Unity, and then follow it up with having it so that Twitch chat can type stuff in chat and have it control the cube. I don't think we'll get to that part today. Today, gotta build the cube first, which we'll see how long that even is going to take. I expect it to be tricky, but I have an idea that conceivably will make it not that bad, I hope, but I could be wrong. Anyway, so I haven't even made the project yet. I wanted to do that on stream, so we're just gonna go blam, and not that, this, and version of Unity I use should probably not matter that much. We're gonna go, what version do I have hanging in the cycle right now? Like that? Yeah, sure, it's probably good enough. Yeah, the juggling between using absolute most recent version of Unity, it could potentially have bugs or and be beta version and whatever, and not doing that. Then, I can't even, where is it actually saving? Hold on. I could have done this before I started, but where's the fun in that? Just gonna go Unity projects, that should be fine. I don't even know what I'm calling this, just Rubik's Cube, Unity, I don't know. Chat controlled. If I need to change the name later, then I can do that. That's fine. Also, yeah. And then, I didn't even think about. I mean, okay, we're just gonna quickly do this. Didn't think to. Oh, that down's fast. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, if I can steal some UDP stuff just to set up very basic lighting and whatnot. I don't the focus of this is I don't need to care about how it looks graphically that much, but I mean a little bit. It looks a little bit cool. That'd be good, ideally. I might have to do a bit of blendering to make some cube pieces, or I might prototype it with just planes or cubes or however I want to split that up. I'd probably want planes so that I could color each individual side of a block, but we'll see. So as that launches, what introductory things do I have to say? So, I didn't stream yesterday because it was the Super Bowl, and me saying that might initially sound like I'm a sports person. I'm not, but I work for a company that does stuff with technology that has to do with sports and whatnot, so I had to kind of be ready and at the ready in case things went disastrously wrong yesterday. Thankfully they did not. There were some minor oopsies, but that was fine. Yeah, so I opted not to stream yesterday because that would massively overlap with that. Anyways, so yeah, and then yeah, the day before was when we were doing Stray, right? That was Saturday, I want to say. Yeah, or we were achievement hunting in that game. We went from having 13 achievements left all the way down to 2. So that's cool and all. One achievement that's trivial, I just have to do something. Tedious isn't even the right word. Do something in the game and then wait for 1 real world hour. And I'm gonna let that be a bit of a Rubik's Cube solving stream for funsies. And then have to speedrun the game. Which, actually I can, I use that to segue into just that, in prepping for that stream, I don't have to do this, but I wanted to just because, for funsies. I went and got Live Split. No, not that. No. Live Split. Let me, thank you. Over, where's it popping up? Over here. Oh, it didn't save any of my things. Oh well. Yeah, I got Live Split, which if anybody here, you see anything with speedrunning on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, this is the program that they tend to use. I think it's already currently set up to, yeah. So, I mean, normally there's a lot more to it than just the timer on its own. But, yeah, I still gotta set it up in OBS and how I want to do that. But I wanted to try it just for funsies to have, yeah, if I'm gonna do a speedrun for the sake of an achievement, yeah, just use it as an experiment. Use it as an excuse to mess with how Live Split even works and it's extremely customizable. And then I even did some Googling with Stray and with a lot of games. You can download the splits and just kind of import them into the software to automatically have like all the different chapters and whatnot. And then even I looked into a bit of how the auto split thing can kind of work. So like some games, not every game, but like some games have some auto split stuff where it can automatically know to, when you have different splits based on different parts of the game, it can automatically split based on stuff that's happening. Or and then also it can like cut out loading time. Whenever you're like loading between like chapters in this game, it can cut off the timer there, so there's more going off of like real world time ish. So yeah, that's cool and all. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna play around more with this and then have it actually set up by the time I need to use it in a couple streams from now. Just today, and then like the couple minutes before I started the stream, I just set up my rough stream schedule for this week. So today we're doing Chat Controlled Rubik's Cube, then Subnautica tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to making more progress in that. Then Wednesday, more coding, attempting to do some coding with Hangman with Unicycle again, where last we left off with that, we're remaking the camera that follows our player to then also fix some stuff with the player and the camera, all the movement to do with that. And it's going well-ish, but I have some coding problems, some bugs that I need to solve and like figure out how conceptually I want to do the things I want to do, like get this camera thing up and running. There's that. Then Thursday, slightly off-center. It's fine. Then probably Thursday will be when we do the speedrunning stuff. And then I wanted to, Friday I'm going to be quite busy, so I'm taking a day off there. But I also want to, with me getting back into streaming, I want to try and force myself to take off one day a week just to catch up on other things so that I just don't let things pile up that would then cause me to have to take more time off streaming to catch up on things. Saturday is going to be continuing what we're doing today. Wherever we leave off with today, then we'll pick that up. And then some days Subnautica and so on and so forth. I mean, I don't know how many more Stray streams will be left, how many more Subnautica streams will be left. That just depends on how long those games will be. So we'll see. But I definitely think it'll take more, at least probably more than 2 streams to finish Subnautica. It depends on how long they even are. But anyways, just thought I just made that now. I thought I'd show that. I did also, I mean, in terms of minor stream improvements, I posted one of these last week in my Discord, and like this time I made the borders on the text darker, so there's more contrast, you could read it. And I even did that on the text down there a little bit, so just slightly more legible. I like the cyan white color scheme. It's just a color scheme that I like. So, anyways, we're gonna close light split. We are not using that right now. Close that. And I also started stream late today because I was having some technical issues in Discord with, I had a channel set up for this, and they weren't showing up because I had permissions set up wrong, but I think it's fixed now, so that's fine. Hopefully all good and dandy. Anyways, so now this, I've stalled long enough. Unity has opened. With new Unity project, I gotta like set up some stuff, but that should be fine. We'll do this just like get to the actual cube baking fast. I'm just gonna go stuff and just dump everything in here. Yeah, and sort of start fresh, but I might grab some stuff with post-processing. And I'm not gonna grab any like models from this, but just some basic settings of things. I'm also just gonna, the tutorial stuff that it likes to have be here by default, I'm gonna delete that so that that's not causing me issues. All right, so to start with making my attempt at trying to make a Rubik's Cube in Unity, first we're gonna need is just like this scene to actually be working in. Do I care about, we're gonna go that's probably fine. Hopefully not have like graphical issue dealing with lighting and whatnot being the bulk of the stream. The bulk of what we're doing to be making the cube itself, if that goes well or if it does not. And then I'm gonna have to figure out a good temporary thing where I want it to eventually be controlled by chat, but for now I'm gonna want a way to like test that kind of functionality but locally. So I mean, I might start by just having some hotkeys that act as turning the cube specific ways. It seems like a decent starting point. Yeah, so that's probably that's probably what we're gonna do. Now, when you turn a Rubik's Cube, Actually, that's the other thing. We're gonna start with like very basic turns, and then might make things more complicated. And then even might have, if I want certain chat things that people can type in chat to do more complicated things. Like I kind of wanted like a scramble function of some kind that could do it more in a more sophisticated way. But I think to start it, we're just gonna, once we get some kind of turn system set up, also having some kind of scramble function that just does like 20 random turns or something like that. And having to set up turns in terms of like, so you have a particular side, you can turn it once, you can turn it twice, you can turn it like clockwise or counterclockwise. That's all stuff, all the different sides that you can turn on a Rubik's Cube. So like the front, the right side, left, up, down, back, and then turning the entire cube in different directions in cube notations. Those are like X, Y, and Z are for different turns. I don't remember which. I know a Z turn is like this, and then X or Y, one of them is like this, one of them is like that. I don't remember which off the top of my head. There is also wide turns where I can like turn this face, or I can turn both of these at the same time, and that's a move. And then that's the same thing with being double or counterclockwise. Any move that can happen, it can be either, you can do it twice or do it the other way. So that's stuff I'm going to account for. Turning the middle layers is a thing. It's like M. No, this is M. There's like E and S, I think. Which one's E and which one's S? I'm rusty on, but whatever, we'll figure that out. So lots of different moves of how you can move the cube. And in theory, I want to do all of them, but we're not going to start going that complicated. In theory, we make a kind of a cube and start with one singular turn and go from there. And how we are going to get turning to happen. My first idea for how to do this, that we'll see if it has some bumps in the road, is to make the cube with each individual piece of the 20 pieces that are on a cube, having them be their own models, obviously. And then I'm hoping that we can just do a mess of parenting and unparenting to possibly turn this. My idea, and I'm just gonna go, actually I might as well go full screen, so I can show cube to camera and show kind of what I'm talking about, of conceptually what I want to do. If I'm turning, say, this red face, which from the lighting you can't really, kind of looks orange, but this is the orange face, this is the red face, that's fine. You're turning the cube, this, you're turning around a center and all of the pieces around it turn. So my idea is if we decide I want to turn this face, take all the pieces around it. Oh, we're gonna have to like be able to detect what those are. Well, hopefully that won't be that bad. Might be complicated, but we'll see. But if we can see what pieces are around that cube and then parent them to the center temporarily, and then turn the center, and they all turn accordingly, and then unparent them or something like that. That is my basic idea. And just saying that out loud just now, I just realized that detecting what pieces are around a given center could be tricky or could be not that bad depending on how I set it up. I guess we'll see. So, yeah, that's kind of the plan. And this might get super complicated. I don't know if I'd go as far as... So if I were to continue to... If I get this working and then continue to add to it, how many crazy functions that we add of what chat can do with this thing. I don't know if I'd make some kind of like auto solve thing. That'd be kind of, ooh, that'd be a cool like channel point like redeem thing. Because if you type in chat and then it does the thing. If I make some kind of auto solve thing that people can just use at any time, it's like, oh, why scrim it? You really type it rather than try to solve it through actual manual turns or something. If I make some kind of high-priced auto, maybe that could be the scramble as well, like to scramble it and like mess it up. That could be some kind of high-ish channel point redeem. I mean, I'd have to figure out how to get that to work with Unity, but we'll see if I can figure those kinds of things out. But anyway, if I hypothetically wanted some kind of auto solve thing, I'd have to then, you know, code that, and that would get immensely more complicated. So I don't know if we'll do that necessarily, but or maybe well, to start, we have like an automatic reset that doesn't like turn to solve the cube. It just like, you know, turns off all the pieces, like moves them back to their default spots and then turns back on, like as if you restarted the program. Like maybe that would be, well, actually no, if I'm doing that I could just restart the program, but or even just like reload the scene in Unity probably. Actually, that might be a super easy way. If I wanted to do that, it's just like a starting point. I don't know. Anyways, there's gonna be a lot of little nuances to this. Let me just continue making default folders that I'm sure that we'll be using. Materials. Yeah, this might get insanely complicated. We'll see. I'm probably gonna need prefabs, and as I said, today I'm just worrying about solving, having the cube and being able to scramble it in here. I'm not worrying about the chat integration stuff at all. I've done a tiny bit of Googling that just to know that it's possible to do in Unity, and you can download some packages, some libraries to potentially set that up. But then actually doing that's gonna be a whole other thing. Anyway, so, let's start making stuff, shall we? So let me actually just save, and then this is gonna be like, just main. This is probably fine. So, to start, we need... I'm probably gonna start by building this out of... Do I want to build... at one point, I want to, like, start with primitives and then switch them over to, like, actual... I'm sure we'll make a model of, like... I mean, because, like, even though Rubik's Cube is made of cubes, on the inside it's not actually made of cubes, so just working with cubes might not be great. Especially if I wanted to, like, graphically get to this to the point of if you see a cube, or like any piece, there's like little like turns and whatnot as it goes into the center. If I want to model it to that degree, I could perhaps do that. But obviously that's very much like polish stage of things. So we're just gonna start with cubes, and well, actually, technically we don't even really need to worry about the color just yet. Yeah. So okay. Well, okay. So first, I'm gonna just make an empty game out of it. It's gonna be like Rubik's. Normally Rubik's Cube has an apostrophe. I feel like it's gonna be easier in code and like in here to just drop the apostrophes, and that's fine. It's not exactly grammatically correct or whatever. So we're gonna have an empty object that's gonna represent the cube. And oh, why is that happening? Is that because I rewrite? Okay. So, we're gonna deal with it, but when I press, normally when the right-click menu is appearing like all the way on my other monitor for some reason. That's fine. We're just gonna live with it. It's fine. Okay, so we have the main game object is gonna be our Rubik's Cube. This is probably gonna is all the code gonna be on one mastermind object on this parent cube, or I don't know if I'd have any code on individual centers or on individual pieces. Well, like, maybe each piece could have some amount of code that just, like, has information about, like, what to, like, some code that's on, like, this center that's saying, I am a centerpiece. My colors are yellow and red, and in a solved state, this is where I belong to know that I'm in a solved state. Maybe, like, each piece, would that be worth having? Like, I could set that up and then never use that information. So maybe I wait until I decide I'd actually need that information. That seems like it could maybe be something useful, just to know where everything belongs, but I don't know. But yeah, like I could hypothetically make that. I don't know if it'd be useful to have that information as far as the code's concerned, so we wait until I actually decide that that is going to be necessary. So we have Rubik's Cube, and I guess to start, we're just going to make some script that's like, just Rubik's Cube manager. I don't know. Something along those lines. This could be the mastermind of the operation. If I have other code that has to do with like reading from chat, like, I might separate that as its own thing to then call functions here or something along those lines. I don't know. So if we have some mastermind thing controlling the Rubik's Cube, as I said, the first, when you have a big project like this, a big task that I want to do, it's a good idea to break it up into multiple subtasks and then solve them one at a time. So first thing that I want to do is essentially have a cube that represents a center, and to break it down super simple, just turn it 90 degrees and have it turn a perfect 90 degrees, because the rotation will matter probably to have things not completely break. And actually, if I am going to be doing a lot of this by rotating stuff by 90 degrees and parenting and unparenting, I might want some extra code in there just to make sure everything snaps to the exact right places, because we have things start to get slightly off, and that could cause weird rotational issues, because nothing here's going to be working off of like actual collision or anything. It's all going to be just manual turning and stuff, so like that could be a thing worth doing just to have it be less bug prone. Yeah, actually, so another thing is that I just noticed that, so down there I have my like random counter of the stream or whatever that I set to something random. Got a better idea of what to call it. So like errors are just a generic thing, like over code we might have errors or whatever. Something about like turns completed. Because I figure that a lot of this stream, this cube's barely going to be functional. So just some kind of counter that's like, how much have we gotten the code to actually make something that we can call the side of a cube to do a successful experiment? Eventually, that counter might, like, it's going to be 0 for a while, and it's going to be 1. And then 2, as things start to work, then eventually might start being, like, if we start, you know, getting multiple turns to happen, then it might go crazy, and then I might just stop it, turn into something else, but for now, that's, I don't know, I like something more, anything that'd be more unique than the default, like, errors, or number of deaths in the game, or something. Anyway, okay, we got Rubik's Cube, this, I guess we start with the centerpiece, right? That's what we need to be our starting point. But not the center of a side. We don't need a cube on the inside. That's, yeah, not necessary. Well, I will need to decide, like, the scale of things. Actually, maybe, I seems like a good as any scale that, like, you know, regular default cube size is the size of a cube in Unity. I mean, normally a cube in Unity, it's like 1 meter by 1 meter, but it's fine. It could be relative. This could be a giant Rubik's Cube. That's fine. So maybe I start by just kind of, just making, I don't know if this actually would be a problem to do now, but, yeah. Just kind of, do I want to? I don't know if this is too premature to do this. And this won't work long-term because, like, if I have an entire cube like this, then, like, I give it a material, then it's all going to be one color, where I need, you know, each different sides to be different colors, so actually this definitely won't work. And knowing that won't work long-term, it might actually be, yeah, because if I do all this and then go to set stuff up, then, like, turn things into prefabs, then I'm going to have to change it all later anyway. So maybe I don't do all that copy and pasting now, because it'll be a waste. So this, get at least, like, 1 turn to work. To know, like, what is going to work with this plan and what's going to disastrously not work. So, if this is a random center and we can figure out what the colors later. It is very common, when you solve Rubik's Cubes in Rubik's Cube, like, tournaments, the, like, default orientation is green in front, white on the top. So, probably, usually when I'm solving it, you know, I'll solve, or a lot of proficient Rubik's Cubers will solve it yellow top, so you kind of flip it over as soon as you get it. But if the standard is white on top, green in front, then I will, I don't know, adhere to that, I guess, just for funsies. Also get rid of the collider. We don't need that. Oh, what if I... Huh. I was got an idea that instead of having a cube, what if I set up as also a temporary thing, but will work better in the long term? Just thinking ahead a little bit for the colors. Because even though we don't want to worry about graphical stuff that much yet, just getting some color-related stuff in now means we won't be looking at gray for hours and hours. If I essentially make a cube... I'm gonna go piece. Why is that doing funky? Okay. Rubik's Cube, piece, and then make a piece that is just a bunch of planes that make up cube. Then I can color each one individually without any, like, shader nonsense or anything like that. If I do this and then just kind of go like center and just kind of go like that. And then, yeah, now we got basically the same thing going on. Did you get any? Oh, you made mesh colliders. I don't need any of that. Fine. Then you know what? Let's just make some colors now, just to have this be just slightly better to look at. So the colors of a cube, we're gonna go yellow and go with like make it something that looks like yellow. Which I guess now good time as any just said like I don't know. Yeah, that's fine for now. Even actually the post processing, let me just turn off the bloom and make this like this or something. Possibly. I don't want to get too bogged down with like lighting and all that, but everything looks very, you know, default Unity look ain't super great. So if I can just real quick, where did that go? I went to open up the lighting window and I don't see it having popped up on any of the monitors. Excuse me? Did it go behind OBS? Okay, it's just. Oh, it's over here. I'm blind. I didn't see it. I thought it like was popping up on one of my other screens or something like that. Just generate the lighting once so that you know, actually let's put in all that stuff and then no, you and really at some point should set up a more like a better like default for me kind of Unity project scene, so I don't have to do all this initial setup I have to do every time, but oh well. Anyways, that's like 2% better. That's fine. Okay, let's make other colors. We got blue, and I'll just make all the materials and then I'll color them all together. We got red, and we've got green, and then we got orange, and we've got white. Oh, no. New. Let me name you properly. Okay, and then let's just quickly go and... What is going on, White? Let me name you... What's going on? Oh, that... Okay. Showing up over there again. It didn't the first time, and then it did the second time. I don't know why that is. Yeah. Some of the funkiness with, how I have a 4K monitor and then a normal 1920 by 1080p monitor been causing me some technical issues every now and then, which ain't great, but I can deal with them. Okay, blam, and then green, and then blue. Yeah, so it's to go over there for some reason. Okay, and then if I'm to just, you know, looking at this, just quickly go, you know, bam, bam, blam, orange on that side, white on this side. Didn't I just say I was gonna do, you know, maybe best to do this now while I'm at it. I said that in front, which is gonna be on the Z-axis, that we're just gonna recolor it real quick like this with white on top, green in front, red on this side, which makes, whoa, blue on this side, and then orange on this side, and yellow on the bottom. Just to match proper cubing standards. Okay, so we have this. This isn't the cube. This isn't even a piece of, just by this is a piece like on the inside, but just by having done that, now I can, you know, want to use this temporarily. Like when we have like edge pieces and corner pieces, they won't need to have all the colors. But while we're temporarily building this, I'm like, I want this side, and then I want this side, and they're already like the colors that need to face those sides are proper, and then I can clean it up later. So this being piece that we're starting with, we're gonna say, you know, over here. Actually, I don't need. So centerpiece. If this is an example or a centerpiece, that will eventually be a centerpiece. I could even. Nah, we'll leave it as is for now. Until we have more pieces around it, we'll leave it having all the stuff. I imagine I'll probably make individual prefab, like a prefab for a centerpiece, a prefab for an edge, a prefab for a corner, maybe, probably, possibly. Or I don't know if I just have one prefab for a piece and then enable and disable stuff as I go. I don't know. I'll figure that out. How much that's necessary for this project or not, unsure. But yeah, so we have a centerpiece. Now we want to get this thing to actually turn. So how are we going to do that? The first easy-ish hard-coded way would be to just first, this will need a reference to every single piece. I don't think there's any like super easy way to just we're just gonna public okay, for right now we're going to very manually code this just to make sure that conceptually this is going to kind of work, and then we'll abstract it more in a second. So if I just have a reference to, just one reference to the piece, center test or something like that, and then on start I just want to do a turn. Now, will I have some kind of void, just some function called turn that passes in information about what kind of turn to make? I mean, in theory, to some degree, that will happen somewhere, if not here, when we take in a message from chat, or even temporarily if I do just hotkey input. In fact, I'm going to actually, just so that be easy to kind of test somewhat, we'll put in some of that right now. I'm just going to put if input dot get key down temporarily. So turning the front face of a cube is denoted by capital F. I mean, yeah, I guess I could just have it be F for now. And technically capital F and lowercase f are different things, and you'll have F and F prime and F2 and like different variations like that. Right now, if I'm just putting this to a key on the keyboard, we're just gonna press the F key, turn the front face, and just you'll worry about that other stuff later. Actually, immediately like using like maybe Shift F to turn it the other way. That could be a thing. And then what, like holding down. Well, it's like that's a temporary thing for me to test. In the long term, it's gonna be just through chat messages, so this won't matter. Although I guess it might be good to keep it in as a way for me to test kind of stuff. But anyway, so when we turn this, then we're just gonna call our turn function. But we basically need to, for any input that we can have, like if we, turning forward, up, down, left, right, we'll need to convert. Somehow we need to get the information of like, what does that mean? What does that convert to in terms of what the cube should do? So for right now, if I'm to kind of hard code this, should mean that this centerpiece, it should, well, basically it all translates to find the piece in question, the centerpiece that talks about, and then execute a turn on that piece, which has that piece, look at the pieces around it, parent it, and then turn, and then stop. We also need to make sure that turns can't happen at the same time. Like, you can't be, mid-turn and then try to turn right. Like, a turn needs to be completed before you make another turn. So it might need some stuff to handle that. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit complicated, but I'm prepared for it. So right now, though, just to execute a turn on center. I'm trying to like think ahead too much. Let's just do this and then figure out where we're going after that. So this, in order to execute a turn, I need to take this thing and I mean, okay, I guess, so I obviously we want it to smoothly turn. Maybe to start, we just, in one frame, turn it 9 degrees. Maybe that's our starting point, just to know what rotation it needs to eventually have, and then we can have it smoothly go to that. So dot, well, okay, I guess I can actually just use rotate. I'm used to in a lot of these situations have to manually do quaternion math and all that, but in this case, take this thing, rotate it around what exactly? This, so I mean, this front face facing forward is gonna be around the x-axis. No, it's gonna be on the. Can it go on its normal? Well, if I have it turned that way, huh? If I'm trying to, well, okay. So this is gonna be vector 3 dot vector 3 dot forward, and then the amount's 90 degrees. So, well, let's just start with this. I mean, actually, well, I was about to say I won't be able to tell if the center has turned 90 degrees, but with the other colors, I should be able to. You take this and then just first attempt at this working. Camera's on the wrong side, but that's fine. Or actually, technically, Z positive directions that way. Technically, I should have had this around the other way, but oh well. So it's gonna actually be turning around the blue face, but if I press F, let's just see if this turns. Yeah. Right, wait, I need to be in the game. Yep, okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, technically, yeah. That, I believe, did indeed work. I might have the, I don't know, put the game view somewhere like down here or something, just to kind of be like looking at, for the a while I'm going to be looking at the inspector and then kind of going, yeah. There we go. It doesn't need to be turning. I'm not going to increment that counter, though, until it's an actual external piece turning. Whether you count that or not, I am going to say that those are my rules for right now. Technically, we got a piece to turn, but not really a Rubik's Cube turn in my book. So real quick, I did, if I want to have the colors be right, let me just quickly correct them. So that's going to be that, and this is going to be red, and that's going to be orange on this side. If I want it to be the way that I want it to be with the camera being that way. And I guess I can get the camera just to be a little bit nicer. I do want the camera to be able to see kind of from an angle like this, I guess. We get to see, you won't be able to see all of the sides at once, but seeing 3 of them and be able to, not be a perfect 45, but telling like, this is the front side. You can kind of see the right side as well. Something like that being the angle, I think makes sense. And there will be moves to just turn the entire cube, so you'll be able to kind of do that. Is the plan, and we'll see if I deviate from the plan as we go. Oh yeah, also this centerpiece, I guess, now needs to be this way. I almost want to turn on snapping to, this might just save me some time. How do you, What do you change? It's here, yeah. Just try to change that to 1. Just even this. No, okay. So if this is a centerpiece and it's doing all that stuff, I guess I just make all this real quick. I think I can get away with that. And eventually I might have to like re-copy them, but that shouldn't take too long. Kind of. I will need to make sure that, like, you know, some moves are you can't do. Well, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I've just realized that if I do M moves, I have to I'll have to parent all like multiple centerpieces to each other and then unparent them. That hopefully should be fine and not a huge issue. Okay, what do I want to do next? Exactly. Actually, okay, that camera angle, that's pretty fine actually. Yeah, I mean, something like that, and I'll like fine tune it later because then this will be, you know, what chat is actually seeing. Just something that's gonna work, you know, decently enough for the next little bit. Okay, so so we have, you know, be able to turn the center. That's an easy, like, you know, thing to do. I guess, you know what, at this stage I can, if it is turning the right way, which it was turning the correct direction, right? So if I do F, it's gonna, oops. Wait, that was the wrong way, right? Or wrong-ish. I want F to be a clockwise turn. It's turning it counterclockwise, right? So, yeah, technically, for this to be the correct turn, it needs to be this way. Well, which then, I mean, I could invert that, but whatever. Well, I get, yeah, anyways. So, if this is just turning the thing 90 degrees, now if I want to smoothly do this over some amount of time, and then make sure that it hits its destination, then becomes that specifically. The first thing is this is going to need to be some coroutine that's like execute turn or something, and then instead of rotating a single amount, it's going to need to do what, like, what's your problem? Oh, you don't have a, yes, you know, execute a certain amount every frame. It's like while, yep, while some condition hasn't been met, that we'll get to, yield return, no, yeah, it works, actually, yeah, whoa. So this is where I think, center test dot rotate is gonna break apart, because I can't just rotate it 90 degrees. I could rotate specifically, I mean, in theory, I could like rotate it 1 degree for 90 frames or something, and then know that it's in the right spot, but that's probably not the best way to, go about it, to make sure I'm not gonna like overshoot or something. Or I guess technically I can just rotate it by, I guess I actually could have angles to turn, like degrees per second, and actually do rotate it that much. And then while I still need to know what rotation it needs to be in some abstract way, yeah, in order to test that. Yikes. So now I've got to know what rotation does it need to become. What's its starting rotation? What rotation does it need to become to be where it needs to be? Which means we gotta deal with quaternion stuff, which is not amazing. Okay. And even here, I'm just gonna go execute turn, just and it being start coroutine. Execute turns. Okay. And then that can not do that. So, well, okay, I don't know what's gonna happen here versus in here, but I'd rather, if this is gonna be an in update with each button that we get, call turn, and then have that funnel into some other thing that then calculates more stuff. Yeah, we'll see like what ends up being in here and what ends up being here later and how we distinguish the two. But anyways, so we have centerpiece is starting with, how am I gonna calculate? I guess like if I'm to just temporarily store like vector 3, well, I guess I should do this in quaternion, shouldn't I? I'm gonna be doing a lot of turning upon turning upon turning. Dealing with it all in quaternions tends to be nicer. It's more complicated, but less likely to cause issues with turning over 360 degrees and whatnot. So if I have some kind of start rotation equals, not quaternion identity, but the piece that we want to turn dot, I don't think you can local rotation. No, normal, just full normal rotation. And then, actually, unless I did do something like having the local rotation and then taking that and turning that 90 degrees. Now, probably working based on global stuff would be better, I guess. So I can imagine this taking as input the object to turn, like the main parent thing that is turning, and then the axis to turn it on, and then it uses that to calculate the end, like where it's going. So yeah, maybe just to, as you know, good practice for now to like have it be what's going to be later. Have this take as input piece. If I can spell it right. Piece to turn, and then vector 3 axis to turn on. That's a long, maybe unnecessary name, but oh well. And then, well, okay, I guess eventually, so right now, well, it's gonna be 90 degrees, but eventually there might be an amount involved that's like, you know, clockwise 180 or counterclockwise. Would I want to store that in here as an amount to turn? Like where I would just store, for now, until I think of a better, maybe cleaner way to do this. I don't know if I want this to just be like an enum that's like clockwise 180, like counterclockwise or whatever, or just have the float that just specifically spells out 90, 180. Could be 270, but turning it 3 times, like that would probably just be negative 90, and making sure that works. Mount to turn. And you know, this can start being 90 by default. This, let's say by default is like vector v dot forward. Oh, yes, actually, wait, what's your problem? Must be compile time constant. Vector 3 dot forward isn't that way? Okay. Really? I thought it was just you might go like vector 3 dot 1 or something. You're not. Huh. I kind of thought that was shorthand for writing. Like, I guess it's like I can just write it manually, but or I don't even really need this to begin with. But whatever, this is fine. So now I'm to use these to then know. Take these and then calculate what is our desired rotation out of that. Desired rotation. I could call it end rotation, but whatever. So this is the tricky bit. I got to figure out how to calculate based on all this stuff. You know, piece of turn, we'll do that. And then I guess I should actually have this. Right now we'll go execute turn. That by default is going to be vector 3 dot forward. Which in theory, well, this could maybe just be calculated based on knowing what piece we're passing in, but I don't think that that's a guarantee, because if I eventually want to have, you know, middle thing like turns or turning the whole cube, that might throw that off. So for now, I'll pass these in as 2 separate calculations. And then 90 will, yeah, so center test, forward, 90. I guess technically not forward, but back would actually be the correct direction that let this all be positive. Huh. Okay, so start rotation equals blah, and now piece I've been putting off. How will I calculate? There's definitely some, so quaternion dot, what would the best way of doing this be? Is like, rotation rotates angle degrees around axis. Oh yeah, don't you like? I mean, this is the things that I have, right? Don't I go, yeah, angle axis with the angle being amount to turn, and then what do I have? Yes, amount to turn, and then axis to turn on, and then don't I multiply this by start rotation? Isn't that how that works? Then have done that maybe. And then just to see if that worked before I go any further, while, I guess, well, temporarily I want to run this just once, so we're just going to have, yeah, take out the while loop for a second, and then just rotate directly to, desired rotation, just rotation just equals desired rotation, and see what that does, and just do the one yield just so that this actually works and compiles and all that. Okay, see, does this do any of what I want it to do? Yeah. Oh. Hey. Okay, that looks correct. And then yeah, and then just making sure it goes all the way around. Cool. That seems promising. All right. Technically, I could see what happens if you put it in 45 with that. We only cause problems. Okay, so cool. That initially works. Fascinating. Glad that that wasn't super extremely complicated to set up. This thing of how you do stuff with quaternion rotations by like calculating a turn and then multiplying by the original rotation, that is just like a wacky thing. I don't fully understand the why of that works the way it is, but it's something I can learn to as a repeatable thing to do, and I guess that's okay. So now we need to say now to turn with some, you know, turn speed. And I think we want to do it linearly. That makes sense, at least for now. So we're gonna be turning linearly, and we're just gonna test, you know, have we hit the rotation that we're trying to get to, right? So, so quaternion dot angle between piece to turn, not just center test, piece to turn. While the angle from piece to turn and desired rotation, what's your call? Or, wait, dot rotation. And all of that is equal to, well, it's greater than, I don't know, 1 degrees, which maybe that might be too high. You usually don't want to, you don't want to test it to be exactly exact, because it doesn't always do good. Cause like sometimes it can, with like floats in general, you don't always want to do exact comparisons. And then we'll see if that's too high or not, but for now it should be fine. Then instead of becoming desired rotation, it should work to become it. So rotation equals quaternion dot, rotate towards, I think is what we actually want to use here if I want linear movement. So center test, no wait, this shouldn't use center test anymore. Oops. Yep. Use piece to turn dot rotation, become desired rotation, then we need some speed. So, unit here, I'll go public flow turn speed equals, I don't know what, I don't have any frame reference of how high this will need to be. Should go time to delta time, make it frame rate, you know, consistent and whatnot. And then wait till the next frame, and then keep doing that. Now, the last thing I'd like to do, just to make sure everything's all nice and perfect, is, you know, turn smoothly to be what you want to be, and then once we're done, make sure it has one last, like, setting the rotation to be exactly what it should be, so there's no wiggle room of it being slightly off and incorrect and all that. And then when we eventually parent the pieces, I don't know if I want to do an extra bit of snapping of making sure that the positions are exactly right. In theory, they shouldn't be rounded. So like, yeah, they could even just like putting in some kind of like rounding function into these, because these should all be like, you know, -1, and all that, and +1. Yeah, we'll see if that works nicely. It might be unnecessary, but it might just be good to make sure that things aren't gonna break. All right, so this should turn as it just has, but with some speed. Yeah. Oh, okay, well, now we get to make this higher. Having the time delta time in it makes sense that that's gonna do that. So 50 or something. I want to, you know, mess around with how fast do I actually want it to look graphically, but it should be pretty fast, I think. Cool. That's actually looking, that is doing what we want it to. Yeah, look at that. Oh, if I press the button mid thing, then it cuts it off. Oh. Right, see, like, that's the kind of thing we wouldn't want to happen if 2 turns are coming in at the same time. That should be fine, right? Because it's just like, if this coroutine is still going, it's, you know, not allowed to start it again. Now, the question there is, if we are in the mid-turn and then a new turn instruction comes in, do we make some kind of a list, like a queue of turns that are waiting to happen? Or do we just drop that turn, and only once a turn is done, then we're allowed to accept a new turn? That second one is easier, at least for the short term. So if we have, hypothetically, a bunch of messages coming in from chat, let's say if 10 messages basically all at once of executing different turns, do I want to just store a list that will definitely do all 10 of those turns one after the other? Hypothetically, maybe. Or do I just, only if it's not mid-turning, like then you type a thing, then it accepts that later thing. The idea of a queue does sound interesting in that hypothetically, if there's some way I could then inject full algorithms and then have it, do the turns one after the other, that sounds pretty cool. And it gives me the idea to have more special chat messages for specific special algorithms. So a common algorithm that I know with, when you're solving the top layer doing OLL, PLL stuff is T-perm, which looks like this. And that's a sequence of turns that effectively just swaps these two pieces and these two pieces. See how everything's basically solved except for like there's two corners that are out of place and then these two edges. And if I do this again, then... So the idea of having a chat message that's just like, or whatever we call it, something about doing like T-perm, and then it just injects all of those turns one by one, that sounds conceptually cool. Oh wait, but then that, well... Oh, okay, that gives me an additional idea of a thing that could be fascinating, is just that... So we have somebody typing in a message, which I don't know what, like, let's say, hypothetically, usually when you type chat commands is with, like, exclamation mark and then, like, and then the command. So, hypothetically, if you're turning the cube, you go exclamation mark F and exclamation mark, R, and if this is how you're controlling the cube, U prime with the apostrophe, and then maybe that just to, like, help things be, like, more likely to accept the commands, I might, I'll take slightly different variations and make them work anyway. Like, if you typed up that, I maybe convert in the code to it recognizing it as a U. Maybe, like, U minus, and it also works as U prime. I could do, like, extra things like that if I want. The differentiating between U, like, big U and small U are technically two different, notations, like two different types of turns when you're solving Rubik's Cube. So technically I would have to treat those differently. But the idea of if a person in one message could, type a whole algorithm and go like that and, type in a big thing like this in one message, and then having the code actually take this and execute all those turns, be able to put in your own algorithms, that conceivably sounds cool. And then that would mean like taking the message and then splitting up each bit and then processing it individually. That does sound cool. That does sound very cool. I also I don't know if I would, like, it might be a thing where in practice, once I actually hook this up in chat, if this might start with like, each of these might be like Rubik, exclamation mark Rubik's, and then the thing, or Rubik's turn, or something. I don't know. Well, we'll work out the details of what specifically the messages are. Just because, if I have like other things eventually that chat stuff can respond to, then like, might have to, divvy up like, these are things for the Rubik's Cube, so they all start with some prefix with that. Or a general like Nightbot command, something with that. We'll see if that ends up being a thing that I need to do. Ideally, it'd be nice to, have this stuff be as short and simple as possible. Just exclamation mark F, and it just goes. Would be cool, but yeah. Anyways, but so the idea of this is cool. I'll be able to put in multiple messages at once, which means if I want to do this, if I'm then hypothetically like, and right now, while this F turn is executing, I press F again, it's storing that command. And once this command is done, then it does it. It does sound cool. For right now, though, until the cube is more functional, we're just going to drop the command, I think. That's just the faster thing, just to get this like functional, get it off the ground sooner. So that's what we're going to do. So start coroutine, execute turn. So I just got to, you can like store the active coroutine. I don't know, active turn... the coroutine, something like that, and then you can just go, store the thing in here, and then it's being stored. So then the next time around when this gets called, just be like, if that is equal to null, only if it's equal to null, then you're allowed to start a new one. that's basically, yeah, stopping this from running over and over. Let's just double check that that's gonna work. Oh, not that. Yeah. All right, the actual speed. I made this like 100, and that seemed fine. I think something like that. That can even be faster. Did I make it 500 before? It'd be interesting to like have different types of turns have different speeds. Like you put in a full algorithm that does each individual turn super duper fast, but if you're doing individual turns and it does it slowly, like that could be kind of cool. Even some slight randomness, like when you do a turn, it could be somewhere between 400 and 600, so that each turn you do has slightly different speed for just to look cool. That could be hypothetically be a thing. Oh, do I have to manually set it to null? I thought that when the coroutine ended, it would automatically get set to null. I think that's not the case. So actor equals null. Great. I could also set it up with booleans, like a bool that was like mid-turn, set up at the start, and set false at the end, but yeah. Yeah, look at that turn. I can spam the button and it doesn't all break. Woo! Yeah, awesome. That looks fantastic. Technically, I could be incrementing that counter right now, but I'm gonna wait. Actually, the very next thing we're gonna do is I want to get like the main thing that's gonna turn this from a weird like it's a box that's turning into a Rubik's cube is having another piece that also turns with it. That's the main thing. So the idea, what I believe that I want to do is, this is now going to be an edge piece, hypothetically. My grandiose idea, now that we got turns working, is to, whenever we go to do a turn, say on this piece, it's actually a little bit annoying that, I grabs that, I can't just easily grab. I can't select this and have it grab the whole thing if it's not the, individual thing, but whatever, that's fine. I mean, eventually we're gonna have to, we're gonna be, hiding the parts that aren't actually relevant, aren't actually meant to be there. So my idea is, when we go to turn this, before we turn it, somehow it looks at and it knows what pieces are around it, and then just makes them a child object, and then turns the thing. Well, not like that, it doesn't. Turns around its own pivot, turns 90 degrees, and then unparents it so that the object is then ready to be parented to something else. I just realized that I can't just blindly be like, unparent everything, because if I'm gonna have, like, this stuff that's from the actual, like, models or whatever, I'll have to make sure that those are exempt. So somehow I'll have to make sure that that's properly kept track of, but that is, on surface level, my idea. So then, to know what pieces are around itself, it could, so, like, one option, I could do some, like, manual, like, ray casting. Ray cast up, ray cast diagonally, see what pieces you hit, and then, like, okay, that's the piece in question. I don't love that solution. It feels a little bit overkill. Perhaps, like, the Rubik's Cube manager could just have some information about, for every piece, it knows, like, where it is in the cube at all times. In theory, that's probably a thing I'm going to want to need if I want to be able to tell that the cube is in a solved state somehow. Take every piece and have it know, where it is or whatever. So somehow, that's, yeah, maybe tricky. Right, because I can't just look at positions. For a piece to be solved, it has to be, where, it has to be, like, in the right spot, but the right direction as well. So, like, an edge piece can, be flipped around like that, but being in the right square, right? So I gotta make sure that that's not a thing. Or to make sure that this counts, like, this piece knows that it's not solved. I mean, I don't know if I want to separately track, like, hey, it's kind of solved, but it's just not set up properly. Yeah, like, how crazy I want to go with this, we'll see. Whether I want to, like, be able to detect, like, hey, so the common way when you solve the cube is, the first thing you do is solve, like, this white cross, so detecting that happened, and potentially having stuff on screen that's like, yeah, cross is solved, like, woo. And then we get the corners and the edges in, and somehow knowing that F2L is done, and then knowing how OLL and, like, PL, like, if I want the cube to, like, know internally that those stages of solving are done. I mean, okay, well, that hypothetically would be, that only works if hypothetically people in chat are insane to be actually solving it to that full degree. But, I mean, imagine for the most part, there's gonna be a solved cube at the beginning that's just gonna get slowly, like, turned randomly. except maybe there'd be some redeem that like auto solves it, which would be kind of cool. And then another redeem that if people are turning it, trying to manually solve it, a redeem that like re-scrambles it just to mess with people would be funny. And not just doing like 20 random turns or something like that. So that kind of stuff would be cool, and like we'll see how far we go with it. And ideally, yeah, we start with this kind of basic case and continue to build off it. I'm also just realizing that the background here, I'm gonna want to be. I'll start with it for now, just being like a solid color, being like. Or is it? I guess it kind of has to be black. Any color could potentially be interfering with seeing, you know, the actual cube. I guess actually just this camera down here, I'm just gonna move it just a little bit. Having the cube itself be more full screen. Turn this down a bit, maybe like -15 and 30, something along those lines. I should be able to see the red center, the green center, the white center. It is throwing me off how I like these interior pieces that should not have all these colors, how they temporarily do. And they're just going to until the other pieces like kind of actually exist, and then I'm gonna get rid of all the inner bits that shouldn't be there. Oh god, this is maybe like -30. Yeah, even setting this camera might be better once the cube is actually more cubified. It would also be crazy if eventually, once this thing's working, if we make like support for like a 4x4 Rubik's Cube, make bigger ones, and see how insane that gets. A 4x4 Rubik's Cube is more tricky because it doesn't have a center. 5x5 does. But yeah, well, technically, because of like the architecture of how these things are built, when you have a 4x4, it technically kind of has a center on the inside, but don't worry about it. Actually, I forget if a 4x4 does, or if it's just like 6x6 and beyond that do. But anyways, so I have to go feed my cat, so I will be right back. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that, be back in like 5 minutes, and then we will continue. So far, so good. The actual that turning bit of dealing with quaternions was the thing I was like worried about, like, oh, I hope that doesn't go disastrously wrong, and I'm just trying to do quaternion math for most of the stream. Being through that is good. When I get back, yeah, next thing we're gonna do is get this piece to actually turn with this one, and then I'll probably start to get rid of some of the other colors. Then I might start to do more to differentiate cube centerpieces and all that. So first we'll get it to turn, and then we might start to do the functionality of like a piece knowing where it is in the grand scheme of the cube. And I think, like, how much of that would just be stored on this parent like manager that's like storing all of that information versus how much I can store in an individual piece to have the piece itself know where it is. Ideally, like, that sounds cleaner, like, in my head, of like having each piece know where it is, know its orientation, like where it started, so like where it should be, and what colors it is, like what it counts as being a part of. But then I have to like make sure, you know, to be able to update that information. So in theory, yeah, that might be tricky, but yeah, we'll figure it out. I guess. Yeah, because then we'll need some way for, like, you know, yeah, the pieces to, like, a piece that's going to turn to know what pieces should turn with it. But we'll get there. I'm already making good progress. But anyways, as I said a second ago, I'll be right back. Gotta go feed my cat. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. Wow. Hello again, I am back. Yeah, alright, let's get right back to the cube that right now does not look like a cube much at all, but it will be, it's gonna get there. Let me just, yep, okay. So, yes, where were we? We want to start by just turning one piece and having it affect this upper, what will be an edge piece. As I said before, we're gonna get rid of these other, like, you know, on the inside of a cube, all the colors don't actually exist in there. We're gonna do that once we have more pieces actually existing in the first place, is the plan. All right, so, yeah, and do I want to make... I don't know, I guess I should be making more prefabs out of stuff. For now, I'll make the, I'm just deciding, like, I don't know if I want one prefab for out of all the pieces and the other, like, edge pieces and corner pieces being, like, prefab variants, but whatever. I'm sure this project, like, the actual pieces themselves will be, like, small and simple enough that I might be able to be fine getting away with just having them be separate prefabs, and hopefully that'll be okay. And then, so I'll have to turn the other ones into prefabs, but I'll do that when I, once we have the one in, like, a kind of a better bit of working. So I then want to, yeah, I'm thinking that I want to have each piece store information on itself to know where it is and what kind of piece it is and that kind of stuff. And then the other pieces, mainly the center pieces, will get that information, but the main thing it has to... So any piece that decides that it's turning needs to know what pieces need to turn with it. And this applies for, you know, simple, like, turns where it's like a center turning and it's the pieces around it. Middle turns, I think, are gonna be tricky because of that, because there's not really a center piece that is, like, oh, I might have to make up. So, like, thinking ahead, actually, to have this a center turn like this, I might need to have a hidden, like, piece that just has code that doesn't have geometry, like, in the actual center of the cube that... Ooh. That can turn, and I use that and parent stuff to it to turn middle layer things, maybe? Yeah, there'll need to be some special funky stuff there. And then turning the cube as a whole, I don't think I need to, you know, parent... Like, I'm hoping that just turning the cube as a whole, I can get away with just take the parent thing and turn it, because that doesn't change anything about the cube. Actually, it will... Ooh, right. It will need to change if I say do a front move... Right, like, it's complicated, yeah. If I say, or say I do an up move, that right now it's, you know, take the blue face and... take the white face and turn that, and then if I, you know, do some stuff, you know, do a Z move, like, do a Z2 move, so the cube is turned around like this, and then I want to do a U move, now that's turning the yellow face. Right, so that, I just realized that that's complicated. Bamberg, hi, hello, Rubik's guy, hello, welcome to the stream, where we are attempting to, yeah, make a Rubik's Cube in Unity, and I know it does not look anything like one just yet, but it's gonna get there. Trust the process. I've just realized something that might be trickier than I initially thought, is that, well, yeah, just to quickly say again, if I do, you know, if I have the cube like this and I want to do U move, it's turning the white center, and then if I do a Z2 move and now the whole cube's turned around like this, and then I want to do a U move, that's going to be changing the yellow center. So I can't hard code turns to specific center pieces. Dang it. I can to start, but as soon as I want to have full cube turns like that, oh dang, that actually might make things more complicated, because then I have to know... Well then, okay, so at that point, it's then up to the Rubik's Cube manager. If I say do a U move, it then needs to know, okay, what centerpiece is the top one, regardless of which one it is. And they would actually have to go through and check. I mean, having a lot of functions that have to just go through all 20 pieces and do some checks on all of them, in theory, aren't the worst, in just that, like, it's not that many to check. It's not like I'm checking hundreds and hundreds, so just a for loop that goes through all of them isn't the worst thing conceivably. Like, if I could find a nice clean way to do some of this, that'd be great. I mean, well, one thing, if I'm you know, doing U move, F move, whatever, like, I'm only looking at centerpieces, so, like, that's a starting thing, so I'm only looking at 6, which makes that less bad. I guess, well, yeah, I mean, well, other than whatever weirdness might happen with, like, M moves or turning the whole cube, any normal turn is picking a center and turning everything around that. But then knowing, so each piece then maybe having to know what centers it's connected to. Oh gosh, and then if I go to do an M move is, technically it's like this. If I go to do an M move, then even the edges needing to know. Oh my. Okay, when I initially first had this idea of like, oh, just do some parenting nonsense and then turn the thing. For a very simple, like, you know, F move like that or whatever, like that seems not that bad. But I'm realizing that there's a lot more, you know, the more funkier Rubik's Cube turns. It doesn't exactly, my plan doesn't fall apart, it just gets more complicated. I just gotta figure out how best to deal with it. But maybe, I mean, rather those right now, I'm trying to figure that in my head. Maybe we just start coding some of the simpler cases. Well, I'm just worried if I, you know, code the simpler cases one way, and then I go to move on to the more complicated cases, and I realize, oh, this isn't gonna work, and then I have to rewrite large chunks of code. I don't love the idea of having to do that, but might be necessary part of the process to just get this to be how I want it to be. Or maybe along the way of doing the simple way, I'll realize, oh, hey, I have some way I can easily tweak this so that it will work for the more complicated way, or something like that. Typical programmer moment. I didn't think of all these things that complicate the process. Yeah. It reminds me exactly of my own thought process. Yeah, I've been there. My biggest case of that has been with the Handyman with the unicycle, where I want my character in that game to be able to like do loop-de-loops and stuff. And not just like a simple like loop-de-loop like Sonic, but like be able to have extended periods of time going along a wall or going along a ceiling. And having the camera having to work with that, I thought it would be hard, but doable. And it's being a lot harder than I initially thought that it would be. So that's great, and I'm still working on that, but I'll get there. But yeah, when I initially conceived doing this Rubik's Cube thing, I thought like, oh yeah, you know, just take the center, find the pieces around it, parent them. I mean, like, conceptually, like, this will work with, like, if I want to turn this piece right here, I just gotta take this, parent it under here, and then go turn this, and wham, it turns, right? Like, that works. Like, I can conceivably do that. This was my main plan, that I don't gotta do extra funky math to turn the other pieces. Just parent and turn, and then unparent when it's done. But just like once I go beyond the simple turns, then that gets more complicated. But you know what? I guess we deal with it when we get there. So to just start doing this thing right here, we'll start by hard coding it and then make it more complicated after, I guess. Just to make sure that, yeah, this is gonna work. Just, yeah, start the process. So if I'm to hard code going edge test, just the two like test pieces that I'm working with. If I wanted to, so right now I'm passing in piece to turn is this. So do I calculate all the rotations, before I actually start turning, I guess I do it here. I guess if I'm to comment a tiny bit, whoop. Calculate where to turn. Then we basically need to get almost like a list of pieces of what pieces should turn with me. Huh. I guess thinking about it that way, then... Huh. Okay. So what pieces should turn with me? Getting that list might be hard, but then I can then take that list, parent all of those things, do the turn, and then unparent them. Okay, that might actually make it not that bad. Just figure out which other pieces should turn with us, and then down here is just like do the turn, and then after that down here is gonna be like, well, look at me actually commenting code for once. Who am I? Where did Cyberchroma go? Who is this imposter? I'll be planning it out conceptually, the steps that need to happen here. So then, on parent, well, okay, figure out what pieces turn with us. Parent them to us. Do the turn, unparent other pieces. Is that it? In theory, that should work. I might then have possible extra. Oh, right. The pieces need to update where they are. Possible extra step of other pieces updating information on where they are. Yikes. Okay. Jeez Louise. Okay, figure out what other be. So let's just do this one at a time. This step might get complicated. I can at least do this step in theory. So figure out what other pieces should turn. That first part is hard. Right now we're gonna hard code it. This piece should turn with this piece. So I'm gonna make. I guess I'll make a list. Private list of transforms of currently turning pieces. Something like that. And then equals new that whole thing. And then so take this list. I guess I should make sure that it's cleared before I do anything. Dot add. Right now we're hard coding. Like somehow we do some calculations to figure out what needs to be in here. So then we're just gonna add this. Should it add itself? Should the center itself be part of the list? Depends on if other things need to use this. I don't think so. I think it's just to parent stuff. Oh, right. I didn't actually do any parenting, right? Add it to the list. And then in theory, once we have this full list, then right now it only has one, so I don't need to do this, but I'm going to do it just for the principle of the thing. So we're going to have a for each loop. For each transform piece in... I don't know. How about turning piece? Something like that. I don't know. In currently turning pieces. Then parent that object to us. So transform dot... not us, not this thing, the parent it to piece to turn. Which, okay, some of the names are getting a little bit clunky, but oh well, it's probably fine. Piece to turn dot parent turning piece, something like that. Oh, you don't like that? Oh wait, no, equals. Yeah. Or technically I should do like set parent, right? That's the more like proper way to do it. You know, I believe those do the same thing, but set parent is slightly like the better thing to do. Okay, so in theory that should work, but then I gotta do the edge bit of at the end. So then we do the turn, the pieces that were parented should turn with us, and then we just gotta unparent them so that they're ready to, technically I don't have to, but it'd be proper thing to do, because technically they'll be reparented to whatever the new thing is. Actually, that's not a guarantee. Either way, the clean thing would be to unparent them so everything's all a clean slate in preparation for the next turn. So, to unparent them, I believe you can just go clear parent, but I think the better thing to do is, I mean, I still want them to be, like, all underneath Rubik's Cube. If I unparent them, then they're gonna be, like, surface-level game objects. I want them to be under Rubik's Cube, so we're just gonna parent them to, like, reparent them to this Rubik's Cube manager thing, the main thing here. So, then, to do that, so for each turning piece and currently turning pieces, actually just, wait. Oh! Wait, I did this the wrong way around. Hold on. Turning piece dot set parent, yeah. The edge that's turning, make its parent become the centerpiece. And then... You know what? We're gonna rename this slightly just to. I'm already being slightly tripped up by the similar naming. Right now it'll always be a centerpiece that's turning. Actually, it always will be until we're dealing with weird like M moves or turning the whole cube, and then we're gonna turn some hidden piece on the inside probably. But we'll use this centerpiece to turn, and then like adjacent turning piece. It could be adjacent turn. I like current, like the pieces that are in the middle of turning. Technically, that doesn't include the center. Whatever. Currently turning pieces. Yeah, that's fine. Probably, maybe. This, then, I guess it's these guys. Oh, not both of those. So centerpiece to turn. Take the thing. No. Take the piece, set its parent to this game object, the game object that this code is running on, because that's the transform, that's the Rubik's Cube. So literally just this dot, actually transform, just transform. That's this game object's transform. And then I gotta clear the list. Right? And I could remove each element, hypothetically, but clearing it works as well once this is done. Which does mean that's being cleared twice, but I'm gonna let that happen just for extra, like, foolproof that nothing weird's gonna break it of something accidentally not being in the list. That's fine. Okay, so in theory, this might work. Is it? Oh, no, I didn't add the edge piece. Whoops. Whoa. You there. And, unparent it, because it shouldn't be there by default like that. Okay. Go! Or not go yet. Go when I press the F key. First kind of Rubik's Cube turn. Please work. Yeah. Hey! That's a good sign. Look at that. That is a turning cube. Kind of. Oh, yeah. All right. With that, I'm gonna say that counts enough for me to increment my random counter there. Well, technically, I just did a bunch of turns. I guess I'm not gonna count each individual one and be here all day. I don't even know how many times I pressed the button. I don't know. I guess in hindsight, that counter doesn't make as much sense as I thought it did. Of how many times, like, yeah, this successful amount of time that the code has kind of ran. Whatever. I'll just arbitrarily increment it as we like reach new stages of it working better, like once corners are turning and stuff like that, and we get two turns in succession or something like that. I don't know. It's fine. Technically I haven't had any errors yet because I've been a good programmer. So, yeah. Anyways, cool. So that's working, but it is very hard coded. So that's a potential problem. Also, yeah, okay, I think we have enough working that I am just gonna, for the sake of the cube being more proper, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna hide the pieces that shouldn't actually be here, which is most of them actually. Hold on, let me just. You there. Oops. Wait, why was there a double? Oh, there's no double. All right. Wait, you two? Right. Yes. Oh. Yeah. Everything should be hidden, except for. Okay, doing this. I'm just realizing doing this is actually maybe gonna be a bit. A little bit trickier than I thought. Just hide. Wait, I just realized that I'm hiding them. They're still there. I just realized what I'm doing is a mistake. That's not how I want to be doing this. Technically, I could be deleting them. Well, yeah, whatever. I'll come back to it. Well, not come back to that. Like, I'm gonna just deactivate them for now. I'll come back to whether I want to fully. Because I could just turn them and then recolor the pieces. It just seems. I'm unsure. Oh, wait, I'm in play mode. What the heck am I doing? That would have been an even worse mistake. Okay, so actually while I'm at it, while I'm doing this, I should delete this and then actually make the centerpieces be part of the prefab. So, yeah, and then, like, part of me thinks it should just be one plane that is rotated rather than a bunch of hidden ones, but for now, it's possibly fine. Like, there's multiple ways to go about the same problem. Okay, what is the one face that needs to stay is that one is 4, so then the rest can go. And then I guess I gotta just do this one piece at a time, which is a little bit tedious, but that's okay. It's either I do this or I just have the one plane and I have to manually drag and drop every single color. Which isn't as bad on the centers when we get to the corners, then it will be. Okay, the one piece that's staying is that. And I only gotta do this eventually 20 times. Which is a lot, but it's not that a lot. Okay, centerpiece. And on the corners, I guess there'll be less that I have to hide total. Something like that. Anyway. Okay, and then you. Already almost there, kind of, sort of. I mean, I should have actually named these, like all these plane bits properly, but oh well. Actually, you know what? That being said, No, it's gonna be anything like yellow, green, da 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 da. Ah! You know what? I will do that. Literally, like, well, what if I change the colors later? It's a Rubik's Cube. The tints might change, but the colors won't. So we're gonna actually rename this white. Or do I want to be super generic and go up? Maybe I name them based on the sides with the standard root. Well, but then they change and then become... Actually, can I use these? Wait a minute. Huh. Could I actually, for the cube to know whether it's solid or not, could I actually use these planes and be like, oh, is the up one actually facing up? Well, not if I turn the whole cube, then that doesn't really apply. Nah, okay, that probably wouldn't be the way to go about it. Right. Front. I don't know if this is the best way to do this, but oh well. It's fine. Technically, okay, I should name these based on, like, the actual, like, turn names. When you're turning the bottom of the cube, it's called down, and then the back is back. I'll use those names to be consistent with cube stuff. And then back is, back. I suppose that is slightly better than just plain 1, 2, blah, 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 blah. And then, I guess actually then, I can actually just look and more easily, rather than having to click through and find which one I'm actually caring about, I can look at this to be only the left one stays, so I can just go, wah, except you, and wah. So I guess I did make that easier. I should have done that beforehand. Oh, well. So that's dealt with, and now the edge piece. Well, the edge piece is its own prefab, so... Do I want to make it a prefab variant? I could. I worry. I don't know how different they'll get, so I don't think I will. This is like one case where I'm gonna have to basically just redo the same steps. But that's only because I didn't do this in advance. Up. That's right, and then front, and then down. And then this is left. Not like that. And then back. Sometimes there's just a bit of tedious work every now and then. That's fine. All good. Okay, well then taking this, then it should be up and front that get to stay. Everything else goes away. Okay. So now, I mean, this looks even less cute. But at least, I don't know. There's not colors that shouldn't be there, I guess, and you can see all the things there. Should I make this? Can I, isn't there a way to make this double-sided, like, temporarily? Render face. Oh, okay, it can be both. Interesting. Okay, actually, I might temporarily do a little something like this. On the actual material, go both. Just so I can, for now, kind of see the different sides or whatever. I'm also just realizing that, like, lighting-wise, like, that's not getting any light, and I don't really care about this scene having crazy lighting or anything, so I'm actually just gonna turn down the light there and then turn up the environment lighting. For now, I'll just have it be a single color and just kind of go like, blah. Yeah. Why is white so not that way? Technically, I shouldn't even need... I don't want that. Because of the post-processing, right? That's currently set to the ACES thing. I don't care... I shouldn't be caring about the colors that much right here, right now, but... Whatever. We'll look like that. It's fine. It's good enough. Let's just, you know, go back to actually making the thing. Making it functional. Okay. So... What next? We've manually... you know, test that is still working. Yeah. Yeah, this gets more complicated. And because right now I'm hard coding this, so like there's the step of I gotta make this more abstract and have it apply to the other faces. Cool. Like, and I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. That's gonna, you know, work and cover all my cases. I mean, maybe just to test this further, just to make sure that this double turning thing is gonna work as intended. I mean, it should, but just for the sake of for funsies, just make another step of this. Let's maybe manually just get another turn in there where, like, let's manually go, you know, F turn this, and then pressing R should turn the red face and turn this up, just to get to see that happen. Conceptually. Well, okay, at some point I should stop calling these center tests, but just center test 2. Just, we're gonna, yeah, make this a bit manual, meticulous, and I'm just gonna go if I maybe should have an else if at some point, but whatever. I guess I could also test, you know what? We're gonna use this to test, for funsies, we're gonna test turning something the other way. Input dot get key down. I don't get shift input that. Like, just get key code dot shift. Find manual way to do this right now. If we are holding shift and I press R, which this maybe isn't the best way to do this, but just for funsies, it's just gonna, this is how we're gonna do R prime. Then turn, well, or then this is, oh, so, okay, actually some of this should maybe be moved around, because right now this is just manually being like, turn with this specific set of inputs. So, okay. Right now, this hotkey stuff is temporary. Eventually, as I said, it'll be, you know, Twitch chat type stuff, and then it'll get fed into here somewhere. So in theory, eventually, I imagine this is going to be like a public function with some instructions passed into it. It could even just be the text. If I'm to temporarily go like R prime or whatever, or not like that, but like, string in, turn instruction or something like that, and then I mean, for now I could manually, and I probably will eventually need to manually go like, I guess I could make it a switch statement to be slightly fancier with it. Case or switch turn instruction. Can I do that with case where it equals F? And then, am I doing, well, I'm not doing that right. I'm slightly, this with brackets, yeah? Haven't written a switch statement in a bit. Okay, something like that. And then in here is the actual case, but just to write that initial stuff. And then here, we're just gonna manually go with the 2 that we have going on right now, but, and even, actually, I don't know if I want to put like F, you know, F prime is the move. I don't know if apostrophes are gonna cause me any annoyances, so I don't know if I want to just well, no, I'll put F prime just to be proper for now. I think I can hopefully deal with it for now. So call this with F and call this with prime. Yeah. If I want, actually, right now I'm saying that, like, if you have left shift, then it makes it prime. I could have left shift to run the whole thing, and then if you press that, then it just appends an apostrophe to the end of whatever's gonna send. You know what? I wasn't going to do this yet. I was going to just hard code it for now and make it more abstract later, but I'll do this tiny extra step for my own testing. Go, like, string next turn or something, and then, like, and then call the actual function at the end with this, and then in here going next turn equals F. That's your problem? Oh, have it start being empty. Get the right stuff in there. And then, yeah, I'll just do this now because it'd be cool to just have that be a thing. Get whatever input, and then down here, if get key, if we were holding shift as well, then take whatever it was and add plus equals a single quotation, I guess, and then have this, it's a bit messy as I'm hopping around here, but bear with me. And eventually I'll need to, like, type in, like, every single type of turn, but we're not at the stage yet, because we don't even have we don't even have one turn working properly. Like, we need to get it more, less hard-coded. I guess I should test that this is actually empty. Oh, and even this, it shouldn't add, if I'm not pressing anything, I shouldn't be able to just add, you shouldn't do a move for an empty, like, just the invert thing on its own. So it should be like, if next turn isn't empty, if one of these passed, like, oh, wait, No, it's no, it's, put it just in else if it's fine. I was going to say that, like, you'd make sure that this doesn't happen on the same frame. It would be like FR prime or something. Oh, that doesn't work. If next term, I guess the proper way is null or empty. Is no, it's like string dot is null or empty. Is the proper way to do that. Is not null or empty. If it actually got stuff in it, then also test if we want to add it going the other way, and then if whatever we do, then we send that instruction. And then for now, then I'm gonna need to take each case and deal with it. Which then I guess even here, okay. So this is going to actually I'm gonna also just I guess wrap this whole thing that if actually. Hold on. So we're calling the term with the instruction, like that's fine. Right now it's gonna be like F or R and then having the prime or not. Right now I can just hard code, each of these cases in here, but I was thinking ahead and I could have this just test for each of the positive versions and then a thing afterwards that tests like, hey, does it include an apostrophe, then inverts, the what we're passing in, it being 90 or negative 90. I also need something that's going to work keyboard-wise to be able to pass them to. Maybe temporarily I make it control. If you're holding shift, that acts as a negative thing for me. If I'm holding control, then it acts as R2 or something like that. Oh wait, I also need something for like wide moves or whatever. The actual like keyboard buttons, they don't matter as much right now. In the long term, they don't matter. This is only for my own testing sake, so they can be whatever they want. I can make it the numbers 1 to 6 on the top if I really care to do that. But yeah, anyway. So let's get this to work. I can make it more robust later. So, we passed in the instruction, either to F or R prime are the two that I want to test for right now. I gotta make sure that, this test I still want to be here. I was about to say I could maybe put it up here. Maybe, if temporarily I want to make sure that you can't, start another move. Well, no. I was about to say that I could test for this up here. But treating this as temporary, this is like all my temporary testing code. Eventually will be like, you get input from chat and then that becomes the turn instruction and that gets put right in here. So these kind of tests, I don't want to move up here. You'll leave it all being part of here or here. So, okay. I gotta now basically, right, hold on. So right now I'm gonna hard code this a little bit, as I said, just to, right now, if we pressed F, we're hard code turning center test, and if we hard code press R prime, we're hard code testing 2. The degrees is 90, and the direction is going to be, it'll be left technically. Well, it could be right by 90 degrees, but just to like be thinking about this correctly, it's gonna be kind of a double negative, and I want it to be that way. So if well, okay, just from my angle, actually I'm gonna go like this. We want to be turning the red side like this, right? We're turning this in Unity by. First, if we're doing it by 90 degrees, we want to be turning this on the axis of vector 3.left, so pointing this way, because then we turn clockwise along that, would then be turning 90 degrees like this. So we want this to be the direction, but then in this case, we're turning counterclockwise, which, as I said, is technically a double negative. This would be right by 90, but I want to just, because this being R prime here, I want to treat it as the double negative, because it'll just make things easier down the line. Anyway, yes, so... 2, right, negative 90. So these are two examples of instructions that aren't gonna, like, this is only going to work if I press F once and then press R once. Yeah. That's just to hard code test that this piece should turn down and then it should turn up. And then other buttons will break it and have it move not in the right direction. So let's just see that this works. Pressing F. Wait, down here. F. Whoa, there's the first one. And if I press Shift R, errors. Yeah. Oh, I didn't assign the. I did not assign the piece over, or the corner piece too. I should probably name these, right? I will in a second. Let me just see what is right. That's number 4. It's that one. Eventually, I imagine I'll name these, well, I mean, centerpiece, up, right, left, down, like that. I mean, when I turn the cube, that won't necessarily apply. I don't know if I don't know if I name the pieces based on, well, whether I name them based on colors or not. I've just realized that, so, like, I name these based on the directions, but long-term, like, that works until I do a turn like this, and now red is up, so then this wouldn't apply. Okay, I realized that might be a mistake. It might, initially, I didn't want to name it based on the colors of the cube. Well, I'm not going to be changing the colors ever. I don't see that happening, but yeah, just the colors are more constant than up, down, left, right, like whatever, because they're going to turn, but like the whole cube can turn, but anyway. I'll come back to that in a second. So, wait, I did this. All right, testing this again. Pressing F, did that. Pressing R prime. Look at that. Technically, that's working. And, well, technically, this should work as long as I have them be kind of linked and then turn the other one. But now this is not going to work. If I press Shift R now, it's going to turn like that, which obviously isn't correct. And if I do that, that's going to, yeah, so that's going to do funky things, which I'm aware of. We're going to do something about that. But, like, it's a start. Oh, boy. I mean, technically, like, it is at the very least, like, staying along the dimensions of the cube. It's not, like, going wildly out where it doesn't belong. I guess you can kind of pretend that that's a win. I'm going to move the counter up to 2. Because technically... Oh, not... Yeah, there it goes. We've done 2 successful kinds of turns, sort of. Depending on how you define it. I don't know. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Do I want to change the counter to be, like, types of turns completed or something like that? I don't know. It's abstract. It's weird. How you define it is funky, but whatever. It's fine. Okay. So, in theory, my next goal... we can also add quarter pieces in here. In theory, if I added... there was a corner piece, you know, that took up this spot, it could do the same kind of turning stuff. In a lot of ways, edge pieces and corner pieces are going to be treated very, very similar. Buying a lot of this. What should be my next goal is to get this same behavior, specifically these 2 turns, the bam and bam, get those 2 turns to happen, but like properly. Not all as manually coded as it is. That would be the proper thing, I think. Also, I guess, well, yeah. Before I go too far on, I'm just gonna, actually, let's go centerpiece dash G? Yeah, I guess that's how we'll name it based on, it won't spell the full color, just dash, I'll start naming these based on, you know, what they are. And I'll name them based on the colors because, yeah. Dash W, and then dash yellow, and then, dash red, and then... Yeah, and, like, I would name it based on the direction, but the like, that won't apply when these pieces move or bunch. Especially even the edge pieces. If I'm to name this edge piece based on it being white-green, edge piece dash white-green. To have it... What's my... I ideally want some kind of naming convention I'm going to be consistent with. I guess I'm going to start with... If I'm to name these pieces, we're going to start with the up-down color, followed by the front-back color, followed by the left-right color, I guess. I can say that's... If I stick to that, then these names... I'll be consistent with the block names. And that'll also follow onto corner pieces, I guess. Anyway, we'll get there when we get there. I want, you know, some pieces more functional before I start duplicating them all around the cube, because that's just going to complicate things more. Yikes. So now I gotta figure out the more complicated thing, which is how do I less hard code this thing? So, first of all, I think that a center well, okay. So, okay. When I tell this green piece to turn, it needs to first know that it's a green piece, so it knows where it is on the cube, because it has to know the difference between, hey, I'm not an up piece, I'm a down piece, I'm a green piece, I'm on the front, or something along those lines. And then I guess it just needs to, if I have a list of every piece, maybe I have individually, list of centers, list of edges, list of corners, or something like that, let's say. And then, or maybe even edges and corners could be one list, like, we'll see. But, well, let's just say I have a list of edges. While the corners don't even exist yet, let's just say list of centers, list of edges. We take a centerpiece, somehow it knows that it's green, and then we go through each edge in the edge list. It wouldn't be enough to just say, is it green? Because, like, yeah, oh, this is green, it's attached, but the green piece could be over there, obviously, when you have the cube be scrambled. So, okay, if we have this turned like this, and this is a blue-white piece, and we're looking at green, I guess we would need to... I guess each piece... So I have the names of the pieces based on the color that they are. Internally, I'm going to need to keep track of where they are, whether it's up, down, left, right, whatever. So maybe internally, each piece... So each center has something that says, I'm a front piece. And if we move, now something would update this to say, now I'm a left piece. And then an edge here would have something in it, like probably some, either an enum or something like that, that says, I am a up front piece currently. Whether that's not like what my original thing was, that's what I'm currently, maybe it can store both, and that's how I can detect whether the cube is solved or not. Like, I know that this piece, it knows that it's initially a up back piece, but right now it is in position that makes it a up front piece, and somehow, okay, so then somehow, then the center, when it's looking for, okay, I'm about to turn, what else needs to turn with me, look through all the list of edges and say, what else says that it is a front piece? One of its types is a front piece, right? Like, this is an up front piece, and then, you know, this corner being up front right. One of those, does one of those say front? Cool, then add it to the list to turn. Does that make sense? I think so. Yeah, like that seems like that would work in theory. We'll see how middle turns throw that off, but it still seems potentially doable. Like, that might just get a little bit more complicated. I mean, well, if I say I want to do an M move like this, then that can be somewhat hard-coded to say, if I'm doing an M move, that means I need to turn the pieces that are currently in up, back, up, front, you know, down, front, down, back. Find the edges that are specifically currently in those positions and then turn them. Oh, and the centerpieces too. Yeah, that could work. I think that could work. Okay, so that then does mean that I am going to have some kind of script on every single piece that just all it needs to do is store the information of what kind of piece is it initially, and then what position is it currently in. And every time it moves, then it can change those values. And then it can compare them to know whether it's, where it's in the same place or not. Now, as I'm about to make a script for this, do I need, I'm just deciding, do I make 3 separate scripts that's like, center info, edge info, corner info, or do I do I make just one piece info that both says, like, in some drop down thing, like an enum that says that it's like its type is a corner or a center or an edge, and then but the fact that, you know, a center only has 1 color and an edge has 2, just how do I store those pieces of information? I'll start with piece info, and we'll figure it out as we go. So if I have a script that's called piece info, because if I have it all of just one type, then I can have just one big list of all the piece infos. If I separate it up by, like, list of edges, list of, you know, edge info and corner info, then I'd have to have a list of both, which I could do conceivably, but maybe I'd want to. Just because, well, like, things get, well, actually, you know, we're testing, like, 20 pieces max, so the performance doesn't matter that much. Although if I decide, like, hey, make 20 turns in a row, then that can be a lot of calculations to do, to calculate all of what's turning every single time. But if I do have a separate centers list, edge list, corner list, especially separating an edge list and a corner list. If I'm doing one of these moves, then I know that I'm only turning centers and edges, so I only need to check the piece infos that are edges, skip the corner ones entirely. And when I'm doing this, from this edge that's finding what's around it, then it's, you know, checking edges and corners. It doesn't need to check other edges. Turning the whole cube, I think I'll have to see whether, like, turning the whole cube means, you know, parenting every single thing and turning it, if there's some special way I get around that by just turning the parent object and calling it a day. But the fact that then it can't just be an optical illusion where, like, the camera turns 90 degrees or something, because I need the pieces themselves to know that they're in new positions to respond to what is now up and whatnot. Yeah, so might not be able to cheat that as much as I'd like to. But anyway, so we had piece info, and yeah, no, I think I am talking myself into that I want two separate, so corner, or center info. I think I do actually want 3 separate scripts. I think that'll just work better for me. Less, like, need less if statements of, like, get this piece info. What type is it? And then go from there. I can just be like, get the center info. I know it's a center, so then go from there. I think that'll just be cleaner with how the Rubik's Cube Manager will need to handle this. There's not really an I don't think there's gonna be much ambiguity where I need to, like, get a piece and then find out what it is. I can just be like, get the centers, and then do stuff to them, and then get the edges and do stuff to them. So I think that should be fine like this. So I'm gonna need some enum that's like public. Well, they might be able to share this enum at the very least, but the main difference is that a center will have 1, an edge will have 2, and a corner will have 3. But I'll need to, okay, so something like, and I said it'll need 2, like where it started and the where it is. So public enum, that's like, and this is gonna be based on positions, not colors, or should it be? Wait. Hold on. Do I care for it to have all of those? Does the center need to store... I need it to say, I am a front-facing face, so that it can get moved by, you know, an M move and say, now I'm in up-facing face. And where I belong, where I started... Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. I've just realized another problem of the plan. A little bit. Tiny bump in the road is that if I want to... I think I'm gonna want something that's gonna be able to tell, like, is the cube currently in a solved state? I think I do want that to be a thing. That I can, you know, have it do something special when that's the case, right? If I want to test that the cube is in a solved state, it's not enough that, like, this started as a front-facing face, and now it's an up-facing face, so that's wrong. Because then, you know, if it's here and then I do this, it's not where it started, but it's solved. So it can be not where it started and still solved based on the pieces around it. Oh, yikes. Well, okay, well. Maybe that's not that bad. Hold on. How I can solve that is... Hold on. Well, okay, for full cube turns, I can update its starting location, right? If this is it started as an up-facing face, and then I do one of these, then I can change its starting, it's like solved location to being a back-facing face, or whatever. And then that, and do that with every single piece. Which then, what it was and what it needs to become might be complicated, but hopefully we'll be able to figure that out. What becomes tricky with that, though, is if I do an M move, or any like, slice move, then, like, what does that mean? Like, how do I, because, like, so I can, because then, like, what is, you know, considered solved? Like, if I do, well, okay, if I do this, do I then say, update that, you know, this thing's starting position, or its solved state is now here? I guess this, well, okay, well, no, well, hold on. Or do I update everything else being wrong? I guess the centers are always solved, right? So it's, you know, the edges and corners that aren't. Like the centers are always solved relative to each other. You gotta solve the edges and corners relative to the corners. So, gosh, wow. Is there some way where I could be like, you know, this thing has white on it. Is it bordering the white center? But then, I mean, it could be white and then that'd be right down there. Oh, okay, this is good. Having a lot more little nuances to it to be able to check if it's solved. I mean, if I then do want to run some algorithm to detect that the cube is solved, like say, Rubik's Cube Manager wants to do that, then it needs to go through the list. How would it do that? So like, if each piece is storing information about itself, what does the Rubik's Cube Manager need to check on each piece to know that the cube is solved? I was first gonna say that it was, okay, hold on. As I talk, I keep realizing more issues with the plan. At first I was gonna say, you know, this corner is, you know, an up, front, left corner. That is its solved position. And if it's here, it's not, like, its solved position and its current position need to match for every piece. That's what I was initially thinking would be the plan. The problem with that is if, you know, how do I deal with if the cube is, mind as I cheat real quick. if a piece is turned, but it's in the right place, I need to make sure that that's tracked. And that doesn't follow the thing I just said. Well, actually, no, wait. I said that the way I was going to store this was not by colors, but by saying this is an up, front, left piece right now. So how would I do that? Or do I just, like, I'm a little torn on whether I should be storing directions or colors directly. But I mean, so like if, okay, the color of this thing is a red, green, white. Wherever it is on the cube, it always has those colors. So knowing the colors is, I guess, really important to know, like, am I beside the color of center that I should be? But if I'm storing directions, like relative to the starting state, if white is up, then like white being the up facing color, then this cube, this square up facing color is currently facing front, so that's wrong. Do I have some way of storing that? Wow, okay. Testing for this being solved is being more tricky. Also, I should also mention, I have not Googled anything on how to do this. I'm sure that people have made, I know that people have made Rubik's Cubes obviously people have made digital Rubik's Cubes before, or whatever. I don't know if people have in Unity, probably, surely someone has at some point. I explicitly did not Google anything before this because I just had the initial idea of, oh, you know, if I just parent the surrounding things to the center things and turn them, then I can turn the cube, and that's fine, and that's great, and that'll work. I had an idea going into this, and, like, to be fair, like, the idea is still kind of working. It's just as being some edge cases, ha ha ha, pun entirely intended, where this is kind of tripping me up, or I don't know the best way to go about it. Okay, so if I'm, so, like, and maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. If I think about this a different way, like, currently the problem I'm trying to solve is how do I best detect that it's in a solved state to then, you know, well, as part of that, having each piece detect where it is relative to other pieces. And then, I mean, like, a lot of this could be hard-coded if not for the fact that I want to be able to have the types of turns that can turn the entire cube, so I can't treat the centers as being completely static. But it is true, well, like, the centers are never not solved. So, okay, so because of that, maybe instead, huh? Oh, okay. I have a bit of an idea. If instead what I did is like the centers just store what direction they are, maybe even just their color. Maybe the directions could, or the centers could store their current color. And they might need to store their current direction to know what way turning means for them, so maybe they store both or something. A particular edge could maybe store what centerpieces am I currently beside. and then being like, is the centerpiece that I'm attached to share my color? If yes, that means I'm a solved piece. And doing that in order of like, you know, the same pieces flipped around, like the you know, the first item in the list, if you know, if this has an array of 2 center infos, the first thing in the list should be, you know, this thing, does it match this thing? Yes. Then this thing, does that color match this one? Yes. Then we're good. If it's flipped, then, which I can just, hold on. Wow, good enough. Well, that's not flipped, actually. That's just, hold on, wait, not, why can't I think of how to quickly flip a piece, an edge piece? I know there's a, why am I blanking on this? I know there's a, well, I mean, hold on, I have a, hold on. We can do funky things, but, well, okay, that didn't quite work, actually. Wait a minute, no, well, okay, that did not quite work the way I was hoping it would. I guess we're just gonna quickly solve it. Whatever. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. So then having this separated as center infos, edge infos, and corner infos might be better, because then every edge. So center info would basically just have its color and its direction, whatever, and then each edge info would have a list of 2 center infos that it's hooked up to. Then I gotta make sure that to maintain those connections, whenever I turn one, I then might have to detach them and then reattach them. But then how do I know that? Hey, hello, hi, Reptilian Goddess, welcome. Welcome to the stream where we have some in progress form of Rubik's Cube. Also, we did not use that function. We almost did with, we did do something with, where was it? Down here. Turning stuff with quaternions, but we're doing it at a linear rate, not at a rate that should go fast and then slow down. That's the kind of condition where you, in this kind of context, use slurp, but can do. Also, hello. Also, while I was trying to explain a concept thing, an idea that I had, I accidentally kind of messed this up, so, partially trying to see if I can just quickly, like, do a couple turns and get this back to normal-ish. I don't think I can. I think I'm just gonna have to, like, solve it normally, which, funkier solving a partially solved cube, because, like, it looked so close to being solved, and I just had to completely break it apart to put it back together. Here, I can look at the cube while I solve the digital cube. So we are, yeah, trying to, I like went into this with kind of a plan, and that plan has fallen apart a little bit. Not like, the main core of the plan is still there. It's just changing and developing as we're realizing that there's a lot of weird edge cases where the plan doesn't fully work. I'm playing a Unity game right now. Awesome. Yeah. Is it my game? No, my game that hasn't released yet and is only like barely a concept on my computer. Is there any chance you're playing that game from the future? Oh, I did the wrong thing a little bit. But cool. Love games made in Unity. Bam and bam, solved. Oh. Yeah, okay, so this current idea of having edge infos have references to 2 edge info things, edge pieces have the references to the 2 center pieces that they're beside, and then likewise, corner pieces have references to the 3 center pieces that they're beside. I don't think they need to also have I don't think corners need to have references to edges. I think just everything references the centers that they're near. That conceptually sounds nice and cool and dandy. The problem with that is then, how do I, like that's easier said than done. How do I make sure that they're linked? I then have to have something that's capable of calculating that, right? So if I have, right now these have references, this edge piece has some reference to the white pieces beside and the green center it's beside, and then I turn it down so it's here. then somehow I have to remove this from the list and then add this to the list. And I'm trying to think, like, how conceptually, in a not hard-coded, in an abstract way that's gonna work, even for turns like this. But, oh god, that gets so... Actually, oh god, that gets more complicated. Oh no, I just realized that, if I do a turn like this, my first thought was like, oh hey, you know, these edges are still beside these centers, so it's fine. But when I turn this, it's all of these pieces that didn't even turn that now have to change what they're attached, what they'd be considered attached to. And I have to make sure that that's all nice and linked up. Oh god. Oh no. That's a problem. So, okay. Well, I could try to, I could conceivably try to use some Unity nonsense where currently the positions of these pieces are kind of like nice-ish, where, you know, this piece is at 0, 1, -1, and I know the center is at, you know, 0, 1, 0. And, you know, the -1, like, you know, if you look at the, you know, the transform here as I move the pieces around to, like, places where pieces can conceivably be as they move around. One, I don't know if it'd be a weird way of doing it, but I could conceivably maybe do it, is in order to find out what centerpiece I'm currently wanting to look at, be like, okay, wherever I am, take my position and, like, get rid of a number, and now we're at a center, and look at what piece occupies that spot? That feels clunky. That doesn't, like, that, well, because one, then I gotta know where I am in the world to know, like, what way I would need to go to get to the center that I want to, because, you know, here, if I take out the Y, then I go towards one of them, and if I take out the other one, I go towards the other, and then I'd have to know what sides of those is associated with which piece, and then do that with the corners, and that gets more complicated. So that's like, that seems way easier said than done. Shoot, this is, tricky. Okay, yikes. So another solution, like right now, I'm trying to have every piece at all times kind of know where it is and what it's attached to and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if I necessarily need to be like that. If I want to be running some function that checks, are all the pieces solved or whatever, like, it could just do it more manually, where it's calculating a lot of that information when it's doing that calculation, where it, like, starts from the top left, somehow it has a list of all the pieces, gets the piece in this top left corner, and then hard code knows what center should be here at the time, what, you know, center's there, what center's there, and then does those checks. That also just, like, it feels a bit messier. It'd be nice for it to be clean, and, like, all pieces know where they are at all times. It would be the dream, but it's then the weird turns that make it more complicated. Especially, the main thing that's throwing this off right now is the idea that the centers aren't static. That the fact that the centers can turn when you do a turn like this, and it can also turn when you do a turn like this, because this kind of counts as a turn in a way. As far as the code's going to be concerned, it needs to count as a turn, even though we haven't made such a turn happen yet. Right now, we are just trying to have, like, we have, actually, is this, oh no, it's still, what happened? Why do you not, oh, you're like that, but this doesn't have, yeah, hold on, just let the code compile for a second. Right now, we have a very hard-coded 2 turns that are looking like this, where I can go, bam, and like, whoa, that turn, and look at it going, yeah, wow. And then I can press Shift R prime, and, wait. Oh, I've just how did I not notice this before? I just realized that the Shift R prime thing isn't even working. It's going the wrong way. This should be going down around this way. I didn't even call that out last time. That's a whole separate thing. Let's just quickly do that. R prime, it should be running that case. Wait, why? Does this actually say right? I thought being a double negative thing is what should happen there, but I maybe am wrong? Really? Oh, it's just... Really? Oh! No, I'm a fool. I know why. I mean, I was thinking about this wrong. I was trying to treat it the same as the front, but, like, because the front direction in Unity is in that direction. That's what threw me off, is that for the front face, going imagine through the face is going out that way, which is, that is transform dot forward. Or it's vector 3 dot forward. So then, wait, what? Well, yeah, going against that face is vector 3 dot back. Right, okay. This function, this, not here, this that I'm passing in, axis return on this angle axis thing. The axis is meant to be, I spit out the axis, get whatever way it's going, and then we turn clockwise from that. So actually, good way to think about it is, if the axis is my thumb, it's then turning the way that my fingers curl, right? So this green face, you know, stick it out this way. This direction that my thumb is pointing in relative to the cube is vector 3 dot back, and then that would be clockwise, would be curling the way that I want to go. For the red face, this direction that's gonna be sticking out, I thought was vector 3 dot, yeah, this would be vector 3 dot right, and then that would be curling. I thought it would be, yeah, the opposite would be vector 3 dot left. No, yeah, that was vector 3 dot right, and then that would curl around. But then we want to turn counterclockwise, so yeah. That's why that math do how that math do. Yes, okay. So with this, now it technically turns correctly for the two hard-coded turns that we have in. Whoops, this. Look at it go! See, that's what we need to happen. I mean, like, okay, there is, like, the difference between what information do we need to store just to do this turning, the bare minimum, and then separate information to know if the piece is in its solid position or not. And yeah, the fact that, the fact that that a piece, like right now, this, you know, white-green piece is in its solid position, because it's where it started. But it's not just because it's where it started, because it's beside the two centerpieces that it started. Oh. Well, no. I was about to say, oh, if it's beside the same centerpieces that it started at, then it's considered solved. And then, well, that would work even if the centerpieces move. But again, like, that's easier said than done. Like, that requires me to somehow always save, like, a piece, when a piece moves. Okay, so basically, there's two current, like, avenues of ideas of how we may be going about this. One, what we're discussing right now is that we'll get to corners in a second, but, like, the idea for edges that then we'll just extrapolate 3 times for corners. Having an edge store the information on the two centerpieces that it's connected to, and then each centerpiece has its own information that's sort of hooking onto. And then when we move an edge piece, then we need to update what centers are we currently connected to, and then potentially also, like, what colors are we, where are we in the cube, like, right now, and all that stuff. Option 2, well, okay, I kind of actually half explained option 2 there, but what we were discussing before that if we can find a good solution for would be more ideal is, like, the edge doesn't store direct references to the centers it's connected to. It just stores, like, its orientation. So right now, this edge is in the position up front. And when it's down there, it is in the position, you know, front right. And so on and so forth. And then the centers could do the same. Well, like, that works enough to know, like, where it is. But then knowing if it's in the solved position, the initial idea was like, oh, it just has to equal what it started, right? If it started in up front, it needs to get back to up front to be solved. That gets thrown out the window when we move the centers around. As soon as you do a turn like this, but if we do a turn like this, then if we can just update what its solved position is considered to be, now it's, you know, if it's this piece, solved position was up front, and we do this turn, now all the pieces need to change, and now this piece's solved position is up back. Like, on paper, that sounds like a thing that works. Then just look at each piece, compare if it matches its solved state. The problem is doing that, is that we do that turn, like, each piece needing to know what it needs to update to. But, you know, conceivably that sounds easier than keeping references to all of the centers and then making sure that those don't break. It's still easier said than done. Are you trying to purely just make your own thing from scratch, or would you be willing to copy from stuff like Rubik's? Is that like is that like a Rubik's Cube YouTuber or something like that? That was my first guess. I went into this not looking anything up, and for now I'm trying to just do the Rubik. It's a website. Well, like I do conceivably know that Rubik's Cube websites, like you have online Rubik's stuff exists. I have one bookmarked when I've been learning to. Where is? Hold on, let me. Where are you? All right, but there and just. Wow, whoa. This. I know that, like, this exists, right? So, like, they exist, and I can study this, or, like, whatever. I've been using this as, like, practice with, solving the cross and, like, all that kind of stuff. So, what was I saying? I, conceivably could look up. I'm sure that people have done this kind of thing before, and I could look up how they did it, and that's a thing. Right now, I don't know, I'm doing the bit of puzzle solving myself of trying to see if I can conceivably come up with a good way that's gonna work for me and what I want to do with this cube that's gonna work and whatnot. And that I went into this not being completely lost. Like I went into this with a decent, I think it was a decent idea of how to conceptually do this. We've hit some road bumps, and now I'm discussing how to solve them. If anything, this is almost like problem-solving practice that I can take to the Handyman with the Unicycle and those camera issues, because I can Google that all I want. I don't have good solutions for those yet. Nah, this isn't the same thing, but anyway. Anyways, but okay, so talking, and I'm just like talking my ideas out loud, and hopefully, yeah, coming across, because it's also possible there can be multiple ways of going about this. The two ideas I suggested could feasibly work, just matter of how complicated they are and how much not worth it they might be, or there's an easier solution. Like in a lot of these cases there can be like multiple ways to solve a problem, and it's like, what's the best way? And that's kind of what I'm trying to figure. And also, what's the best way for me and what I specifically want to do with this cube, and wanting to be a chat controlled Rubik's cube that has all these different functions that I might continue to add to, and all of that stuff. Yeah, anyways, so okay, but saying this out loud, the ideas out loud, I do more like the idea of, rather than storing direct center references, that almost seemed like it was a better idea until I considered that the center pieces can move in ways that then, like, pieces that didn't turn now need to update what they're connected to. Where if each piece just stores information about where it is and what its solve state is considered to be, and that can move around or whatever, if I do this turn, the only pieces I have to update are the pieces that turn, and I think that feels cleaner, potentially. There is, if I do a full turn, I do have to update everything, and just like the math of like how that needs to work. There might need to be some hard-codedness in here, like if you're an up face, and then we do this specific kind of a turn. Which actually, let me just double check: is this turn an X or a Y? This type of turn is hold on. Bam. This is an X move. This is a Y move, and this is a Z move. Okay. I mean, technically, camera facing, like, from the way I'm facing, I guess. So, X, Y, Z. That's just, yeah. I knew that this was a Z. I just, X and Y I had backwards. And I'm gonna forget it in, like, 2 seconds, but, anyway. Well, okay. X matches R, Y matches U, Z matches front, I guess. I don't know if that's helped me at all. Anyways, okay. Oh, and then there was the extra bit of information of if I'm storing information about these pieces and what they are, or am I storing the colors or am I storing the directions? Because that varies to some degree. Because if I store that this piece is an up front piece, then, when the cube turns and, it's no longer that or whatever. If I store that it's a white-green piece, like, well, I mean, technically, no matter where it moves, it's always a white-green piece. So, like, I guess one is more relative and one is more local, in a way, if I want to word it like that. But, I mean, if I wanted to be able to say, like, is the white edge piece next to the white center, or is the currently this up piece relative to the up center? Like, that's, I think, okay, hold on. so okay. In order to tell if a cube is solved with this configuration, if I'm just storing on locally on one piece, it knows where it is and where it needs to be solved, then it doesn't need to look at the pieces around it. Which then, like, that can be easier to not have to deal with it knowing what pieces are around it necessarily. The edge pieces will need to care. Or the centers will need to care based on, like, what is going to turn. But okay, so I'm leaning more towards the idea of kind of what we were doing initially with some tweaks of a piece. Okay, so, well, yeah. So a piece stores public enum. I guess just generically this would be direction, and then just put in all the directions. So up, down. Whoa. Up. Nope. Oh, that's not what I want. Left, right, front, back. And then having set that the center info have so public enum current direction or something. I don't know if I love that, but the public direction, current direction, and then I'll have to this I would manually fill out what the starting positions are, I guess. Well, actually, well, technically I can make this private, but then have another one of solved direction. And this one be public, and then this I'd have to manually set for each face, but that's fine. I'm expecting that on each individual piece have to set up information to know its starting location. Like, that's fine. In theory, if I really wanted to be like, on start, look at your physical, like, position, your transfer in position, and then use that to know. I'm fine not doing that. Well, I mean, maybe. Conceivably, eventually I could automate it to that degree, but it's only 20 pieces. It's fine. When we make a 6x6, then that'll be more complicated. But no, anyways, so, in theory, if we have just solid direction, oops. Okay, above, equal, and this is very much assuming, that, the cube is gonna start going into play mode being solved. Right, wait, oh god, is there any situation where I'd be wanting to be able to go into play mode on a scrambled cube and have the pieces still know where they belong? If I did that, I would have to manually set that. Well, I guess I mean, okay, actually, technically, if I wanted to do that, I would just make both of these public, hypothetically, right? But then I'd have to set that. Unless on start they can tell where they are. That's a whole, again, another can of worms. Solve direction should just be, this is defining the pieces what it is. So on center pieces, centerpiece in the prefab is gonna go the center info. And, well, I guess, well, technically this one's forward, but I'm gonna go out of play mode and then set them all up. So technically the green one is front. Also, I don't know why. Would be rearranging my monitors. Unity is being weird and like, or hold on, wait. This was the front one. When I do this, normally there's the drop down. I see the drop down showing up to the right on my other monitor for some reason. I don't know why that's happening. That's a thing I'll look into. Not now. Oh wait, this was front. I had this correctly, so we're just gonna have to deal with it for now, and that's fine. You missed the slight bit of the drop down off screen that I'm pressing the buttons. Yellow is down, and then red is right, and orange is left. Okay, so conceivably I have these, and the script ain't doing anything right now, but it's the other scripts that are going to be reading from that and then do stuff with it. So then the extension to this is having copying this and having edge in info. Which then, oh, I guess, yeah, I'll have the direction thing be just on the other thing, and then all these are going to use it. The directions are the same. And then so it needs to have two things, right? Hold on. How do I just make sure I do this the good way? So it needs to have, I guess I make this an array of 2? Let's go, by default, direct, this is partially wrong, but, find out why in a second. What is, this does not implement, is it, oh, this? Yeah, there we go, okay. Does it matter if I put, I can't put this and this, right? Or maybe I can. Something like that. To store in 2 directions. I just gotta make sure that I'm consistent with this, I think. And as I said, I think the way I'm gonna do it is like, an edge will store up, down, followed by front, back, followed by left, right, or something like that. So this piece would be up front, this piece would be, the piece that would be here would be front, right, would be back, right. And as long as I'm consistent with that naming, then hopefully all will be good in terms of how I'm comparing stuff and knowing if a piece is out of place or whatever. Wait. Yeah, oh god, yeah, right. I do then gotta make sure that, like, yeah, by storing both of them individually, current direction has to be able to twist around to be like, my current direction is front up based on the colors that I have, and therefore I am not in my solved direction. Yeah, that matters, like, because not just where it is, but the orientation, and that's why storing both is good. And then, in theory, then I expand this to make a corner info, but I'm going to wait on that until this edge thing is working, because I'm sure I'm going to find more flaws in what I've just done, and I'll have to fix them. But, edge info. And, like, I do see that I could conceivably, you know, just have this be one script where this is an array of 1 and this is an array of 2 and this is an array of 3. I think for right now I'm not gonna do that because be able to just quickly just like get the one thing that of center info and not have to like, is it a list, and then get the one thing and make sure it's not empty and blah 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 blah. Just simplifies things a bit. And then I can also get like, get list of center infos. I know for a fact these are all talking about centers. Get a list of edge infos. I know for a fact these are talking about edges. I don't have to like get a piece info and then do calculations, be like, am I looking at a center or an edge right now? I want to be able to know the difference. And I could have piece info and then that have an enum about whether it's a center, an edge, or a corner. But yeah, I think it's better and simpler for how other code's going to deal with it to just have these be their own scripts and then these just read those indirectly. Okay. So these test things, ideally they change now, but I won't delete them just yet. So if I have a public list of center infos, and I'm going to, I guess, yeah, this Rubik's Cube Manager is going to need to have references to all the pieces somehow, some way. So it's going to start with, or yeah, it's just going to have, just have a list of all this. Or it could be centers. I'll call this centers. Edges. And these aren't transforms, but then I can like, you know, centers blad dot transform. Conceivably. Okay. So now, in theory, to then use this information to start. Right now, if I put in an F turn, it very hard code says take the center piece that I specifically said is front and turn that. I guess I have to, if I'm doing an F turn, I have to go through the list of centers and first find which one has its current direction as front. And I just gotta manually check for that. Well, maybe, okay, maybe, like, there's probably some complicated, like, list and, like, what's that, I forget the lambda, no, what's, lambda function stuff I could do to, like, get this directly, but in this context, there's 6 things, I'll just hard code it, it's fine. Well, or am I? Hold on. Well, no, I just have to, well, or, this equals F, find the one, I guess, I get what I can make it a little bit better, a little bit just by going like direction, hold on, direction, direction of center, I guess. Well, okay, it's not guaranteed to be that we're turning a centerpiece, right? If we're doing a full cube turn, or if we're doing an M move, then that gets funkier. Deal with that later, though. Direction of center. Direction dot up. Well, I gotta make sure that I actually get in the thing. What's the problem with this? It's never used. Yeah, okay. So get in the turn instruction. If it's F, then the direction of center equals direction dot dot front. We're getting there. We're figuring this out. And then down here, then we're gonna say equals direction dot right. And then I'm also gonna want to deal with this stuff. Well, I guess these would be the axis to turn on would be kind of hard coded to the not hard. There'd be a fixed thing for the direction that we're turning. So vector 3 axis to turn on. Could be turn axis, but whatever. And we'll let this start with it, just to match them or whatever. Okay, so direction of center, blah. So then if I do this to that, then I gotta go axis to turn on equals not any of that. Vector 3 dot back, just to match that. And then the 90, negative 90, I actually will. I should do later by like dissecting that if the instruction has bracket or has a apostrophe in it, then it gets negative. And then I still need something set up for be able to turn 180, F2. So if it has a 2 in it, then whatever. Oh, I gotta set up like what hotkey that's gonna. I think maybe I'll have it if I'm holding control or something. Yeah. Okay. So direction of center, axis to turn on, blah. So this. Larg. And then move this out of here. And say, well, I have to make sure that this got something. Ooh, actually, I could go case default turn. Can I do that? I don't think this is gonna work, is it? What's not case default. It's just default, right? Can I just return like that? Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I've ever really done that kind of thing before, but I just realized like if we don't have a valid turn instruction that matches one of these, then don't do anything. Yeah. When I have a special case of when it's a full thing turn, then I'll deal with it when we get there. Anyway, so we made these things, we have not used them. So then making sure that we're not mid running, which I guess this really should be at the beginning, shouldn't it? Yeah, that's just and I can invert it. If this has a value, then also just return early. Then we're less indented from if statements by doing that way. Okay. Just jumping around a bit, but likely it looks all confusing and whatnot because I'm just being a bit messy, just jumping around everywhere. So then, okay, direction of center, we're then going to use to try to find the center that is facing that direction, which we should always get a thing. There will be one center that is facing the direction that we want. That is guaranteed. So yeah. But real quick, I'll put in axis to turn on is going to be this, and right now we're going to assume the 90 will come back to. Let's go. Just temporarily. Bool counter clockwise or something. Then I'm just gonna temporarily just go false and then go something like just if counterclockwise. Like this is just a temporary thing we'll come back to. Int amount to turn equals 90, and then if counterclockwise, then equals negative 90, and then we'll come back to having it be 180, and then like we'll make this like if the message contained a thing, which that means that up here that I don't need to take that out. Actually, I'll take it out now and we'll come back to it. Okay, so F R do those things, So then amount, so that setting a turn, we're gonna get what center, so it's gonna be centers, the one that we're gonna find, like we basically get which one it is, we'll come back to that. What is your problem? Oh, dot transform, technically. I guess, huh, yeah. Right, we still need to figure out, in this system, we'll still have to figure out, okay, what pieces are around us. That's gonna be funky. Well, it'll be whatever, we go through every piece, and it's gonna be a piece that has a current direction, either of them that matches the center's current direction. Okay, maybe that won't be that bad. I will have to check like both parts of the list though, because either of them could be the one that matches. Okay. What's actually interesting is I could almost like, if I really wanted to optimize it, I could be like, if we are turning up, and then as soon as we see that this first one is down, then we can skip immediately because we know it's on the other side of the cube, so it's not turning. I don't know if I really need to like worry about that level of optimization, but I hypothetically could. For corners, I could if I check all three. If we have one that's like the opposite. Anyway, and then all that's thrown out the window when we do like middle turn. One thing is that when we do middle turns, we only have to care about edges, which is why having an edge list and a corner list be separate, and that works for this at the very least. So there's that. Like that'll save some amount of time. Okay, so so the thing that we're gonna find access to turn on is wait. Yeah, and then amount to turn is gonna be this. And this can go away. Okay, so we take in our turn instruction that could just be F, and then we go through the switch statement that we're gonna fill in soon to have all of the things. Just, you know, get this working first. If the direction of, if it's F, then our direction of center, the direction of center that we're looking for is front, and the axis we want to turn on is going to be the vector 3 dot back that is towards the camera, and then same thing there. And then we have this amount to turn on that's 90. Like we'll come back to the conditional potentially make it negative. So now, next thing we got to do is actually calculate this bit, which is we have to take. Wait, why did this isn't getting used? Oh, I guess because it's immediately. Wait, are you saying that you know that this can just be that? Yeah, because you don't need a thing there. I guess this will be the same. But you don't like that you're not used. Yeah, okay, we'll get there. Okay. So now I need to look at the direction of center, and based on that, am I really gonna have a second switch statement? Well, that feels unneeded. At that point, I guess just do the calculation in here? But then I'd be copying the code multiple times. Well, no, but then... No, sorry, no, I'm being a fool. Never mind, no. I don't need a switch statement for that, never mind. I don't need to be like, if it's front, do this, if it's back, it's just, whatever it is, find the one that matches it, of course. Yeah, that's the entire reason why I did that. Yes. So we have to find the direction of center that matches it, and we know there will be one because of how there's not just a centerpiece missing that's just gone. As long as the code is written correctly, it should always work. So just for each, go through all the center. Well, I guess. Do I use a normal for loop that then saves the index? Or a for each loop that once it finds it, it just saves that exact center? I guess, so, okay. Technically, a for each loop is ever so slightly slower than a normal for loop in C#. So if I wanted to be super optimal, you'd use a normal for loop every time. The for each loop is just kind of cleaner, can be nicer, whatever, and works when you don't need to care about the index of the thing. But let's just go. I guess if I only need to go transform center to use to turn, and then for each center info center in centers. Yeah, that works. Then if direction of center is equal to, or if center dot current direction. Oh, I just realized that making this private. I mean, okay, I guess I'm gonna have it be hidden inspector. Whoops. Hide in inspector. I can, you know, have getter setters. I can have it to be a public get function. I can do all that. I don't need to do that. While I'm at it, though, I will make this also same deal. I might even make it like fully public just to be able to see it for testing's sake. But yeah, we'll see about that. Oh, what's your problem? Did I not do that? Did I not type the right thing? I didn't. Wait, there. Did I do it there? Yeah. Okay. Current. How about now? If the center that we're looking at, its current direction is equal to the direction of center. Direction. Well, okay. I don't love that naming. Like the direction of the center that we're looking for. This is dumb, but. It is more descriptive, and I'll know what I'm talking about when I look back at this. So if center current direction equals direction of center you're looking for, then this is the one. So go just center to turn equals this one. And then as soon as we find this, we don't need to then go through checking every other center. So, you know, perfect world, the first one we check is the right one, and then we just don't need to check the rest. So center, then just we can go break, and then just, you know, exits the for each loop. And we know 100%, or as long as the code is written properly, one of these will match. That is the whole point of that. So in theory, I shouldn't need a null check, but anyway. And then the center to turn, we have that. We just go to it like this. Oh, your problem is, well, okay, the code doesn't know that, but like, can I go? No. Well, wait, you're fine with that, though? You're fine with me going equal null versus... Okay, sure. I thought that was basically the same, but that's fine, I guess. Okay, so that did part of this. I've got a... Oh, just with this, I wonder if I should just... Well, okay, no, we'll come back to that. Getting back in the counterclockwise thing working, we'll come back to that. So, with this in place, this is just a way to generically turn the correct center. We're not gonna turn the right edge just yet, but I can at least put in all the center pieces into this list, and the one edge we have can go into that list. These three, can I get rid of these entirely now? I think I can get rid of these two, but edge test is gonna still be used temporarily. Yeah, just as a test that this current bit of code is working. If I hit F, like if I hit F, this will turn, and when it's here and I'll hit R, then that'll turn up like that. But if any other turns, then the edge won't turn properly. But at least all the centers in theory should. Cool. So far so good, and then R should do this, and I temporarily can't turn R in the other direction, but that's fine. But then if I do this, then like that's not gonna turn right, I'm aware. That's we're getting there. Okay. Alright, okay. So now what? Now we need to, down here, use this edge info information to now say, this is the centerpiece that we want to turn. Shoot, I actually want to keep it being center info all the way down there. Hold on. This is still gonna work, like the current bit still works as is. I just need to change. I want this to be a center info. I want this to be a center info. Don't do dot transform. And then here I can be dot transform dot rotation. Dot transform dot rotation. What? Oh. And dot transform dot rotation. I could, in theory, like in here, get the transform as a local thing, but that's fine. Dot transform. Are you good? Set parent. This dot transform. What's your problem? Takes 3 arguments. Why are you trying to take 3? Oh, I put it. Comma instead of a period. Oh. Okay. Cool. So now. Calculate where to turn. That stays the same. figure out which other pieces should turn with us. We add them to this list, and the parenting step will already be taken care of. So now this is this adding step is the step that matters. So deciding what should be added and what shouldn't be. So in theory, we want to for each through every single edge info, and we'll get to the corners when we get to them. Edge info, edge in edges. It could be edge pieces, but whatever. Then, okay, so I could then for loop through its array, but I know that it's 2. I think in this case, I'm justified to just hard code that I'm only checking 2. Let's see, center piece to turn dot current direction. Basically, if the edge piece, either of its 2 directions matches our direction, if our current direction is equal to edge dot current direction 0 or actually, so while I'm writing this, I am realizing that maybe oh, not like that. Would I want to write like a helper function that's like dot contains or dot is facing direction? If I'm just like, if either of the directions match, and even with the corner pieces, would it be better to maybe have this be some helper function on the edge to be like, you know, edge dot contains direction, pass in a thing. Like I could, I just like, do I bother doing that? Or I've already typed the code. Let's make sure that this works first, and then I can consider doing that. Because well, then there might be variations of like contains this as its solved one, contains this as its current direction. I would need to test that like is, you know, whatever way that like is it facing the right way and all that sort of stuff. I might have some built-in helper function that's like is it solved, and then that would be that it just compares the 2 or whatever. But we'll see. So if either of these match, then that means that this should be added. And now edge test is gone, which means I should be able to get rid of it in a second. What's your problem? Oh, I want this to be a list of edge infos. I'm just realizing this doesn't necessarily... Oh, whoops. This doesn't actually necessarily need to be a private thing up here, but... Oh, well. Like, it could just be a local function, a local variable here, but oh well, it's fine. What's your problem now? Oh, because you are... Oh, you are edge infos that then need to be... adjacent turning piece dot transform, and then dot transform. Okay, yeah? Okay. That, so either of them are there, then it adds it, and then it sets the parent, and then it does the rotating, and then it, let me just do that, kind of clump those together a bit, and then this, and then it unparents them, which is already taken care of. Then, okay, this would be the complicated, potentially complicated extra step of then I need to tell, I guess before I clear the list, actually, I need to tell the edges that just moved, where did they move to? Oh, yikes. Actually, I kind of got, like, right now I can test this, and F is going to work, but R won't now, because R won't work, and that, like, because this piece is going to think that it's up here, right? Well, thinking it's here, it's going to turn. In theory, right now, if I press R, this will not turn. That is internally correct. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Also, did I get rid of that edge test thing at the top? I guess I think I can do that now, just, yeah. Also, this doesn't matter, technically, like, 100 was a way better speed than 2. You know, like, it doesn't affect the public variable, already changed. Okay, so, now we got the complicated thing, that, like, depending on how complicated this is, if I can get this step working, then we're doing good on this method of doing it, rather than the... storing the quarters that it's related to. So how can I change what edge, what as far as a corner will also be its own beast that we'll tackle when we get to it. How can I just save? How can I change the edge in? How should edge info change? Is my question. So first thing that I realize as a thing is that I don't need to change both of these. I only need to change one. With a cube, or with a corner, we'll have to change 2. Well, yeah, we'll have to change 2. Especially potentially even just like taking one and moving it to the other potentially. So, only one will need to change, and then the other, like, based on the turn, will become, like, the one beside it or whatever. The one that will be the same is going to be the one that matches the center that we were on. So if we just did a front turn, then we know that that's the one that stays the same, regardless of what side it's on. So, is step 1, find the index of the one that matches, and then take the other one, and then that might then need to be a hard-coded, if it's this, it becomes this, based on the turn. Oh god, that's uglier. Because, so, like, you know, if it was front, or if we turn front face, the other face was up, it now becomes right. If it was right, it becomes down. If it was down, it becomes left, and so on. If it, oh no, surely there's a better way that I don't have to, because if the thing we were turning was right, and then the other side was front, then it becomes up. And then if we, if we're going counterclockwise, if it was front, it becomes down. Oh no, that sounds like so much hard coding. Surely there's a better way. This sounds like a thing that, like, oh boy. I mean, okay, like, oh no. So somehow a piece essentially needs, a piece need to have, edge info need to have some kind of helper function to be like, what is the direction that is a clockwise turn? Well, clockwise, like, if a piece is here, clockwise can be like that, or clockwise can be like that. Oh no. I mean, it won't become the one that's opposite from, oh, yes, it's a double turn. Okay, maybe I start just worrying about clockwise turns or something. So I can figure out a good solution there. Just worrying about single clockwise solution turns. I know that it will never become the face that's opposite from it. I don't know if that narrows down anything at all. Oh boy. Oh, shoot. Because thinking ahead, like, if I'm gonna have to hard code what each direction becomes what for every single type of turn, including big old turn moves, like you turn the entire cube, so what does that mean for a thing? And then also thinking ahead for corners. Oh no, this is a problem. So, but even if I went the direction of we're dealing with direction. If I went with the approach of an edge piece stores its two connecting corners, or its two connecting centers, it would still need to it would still like need this same kind of thing that based on where it turned, this center needs to swap out for this center in terms of the reference. Okay, I got another idea. What if might be a bit more. Oh no, I mean, okay. Either the way that we're currently thinking is gonna be a bajillion if statements or switch statements or whatever, which is not great, or some weird kind of dictionary or something, or based on the like a key value pair where the key is a type of move and then the value is what it becomes. That sounds like technically possible, but clunky. Like that doesn't sound great. An idea that maybe could work using Unity stuff is maybe an edge info itself could have some kind of function that's like figure out where it is, essentially update its current direction, where it looks at its position, it looks at its rotation and stuff like that, and uses that to just know where it is on the cube and then updates itself. That doesn't sound amazing, but it sounds potentially feasible. But then it also needs to care about, like, I'm trying to also kind of think of a solution that's gonna work well enough for corners as well. The fact that corners can have like 3 sort of states, and the fact that, you know, if we do a full turn, the center's turn, I can't always like rely on that. Oh, right. Eventually, like, right now we're doing a turn where the solve direction doesn't change, but if we turn the whole cube, I would like to change what the solve direction is now considered as. If we do an edge, oh, right, no, that's, oh, right. If we do an edge turn, I'm still gonna have to update the solve direction of everything else. Ooch, that's a, technically the only ones that wouldn't, well, wait. Ooh, well, because everything should be relative to the centers to work with all this. Oh boy. Well, no, well, wait, hold on. Shoot. Well, okay, actually, wait, hold on. Do I need to save a solve direction? If I do this thing, if I write this hypothetical function to be able to have the cube, have a piece, be able to tell where it is in the world on the cube, and figure that out with positions and all that stuff. And the centers, well, the centers went, like, I could, like, there's only not that many centers and not many ways that I can move around. So when I get around to doing slice moves, then I could potentially manually update those. That's fine. It's more of the things around it that's a problem. If instead of having a solve, right now the only reason I have a solve direction is to tell if the cube is solved. Is to have some, hypothetically on the Rubik's Cube Manager, it runs a function that hey, every piece, are you currently solved? All of you are? Great, then the cube is solved. For that to happen, like, if I wanted to, like, automate that more, like, a way that doesn't directly have solve direction as then a thing that needs to change. This is all based on its centers. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Then, oh, no, I kind of had an idea and I sort of lost it. Well, okay, I'm kind of going back to the looking at what's adjacent to it then. I was hoping that it just had this solve direction that was here. It doesn't need to care about any other pieces as long as it knows what its solve direction is, and that's all good and good to go. That, then the problem is we're doing real ones right now where I need to update it correctly based on other turns. And I could, like, down here, down here, turn some pieces and then need other pieces that did not turn to now have to update the fact that, you know, their center moved. Like, well, if I'm to deal with, maybe I deal with this one at a time. Maybe I deal with this one at a time and just worry about the current direction for now. And maybe when I solve that, then I'll find a solution with that. Because I only care about the solve direction if I'm caring about having the cube know whether it's in a solve state or not, which I would like to do, but that's a bit more far off. It's not as necessary information right now. Current direction on its own, maybe just focus on that. So current direction, when we do this kind of a turn, I think, yeah, yeah, I don't want some massive dictionary of if you did this turn, this is what you become, and then cover every single case. That would, yeah, no, like I'm thinking of it. That's so many individual turns. Like, obviously, like, yeah, I could do it, but conceivably it'd be better not to. So having some after the fact public function that gets called, that is basically, hey, I just moved, figure out where I am relative. I don't know if it would be relative to the solve direction, or maybe, oh, funky. It could also be, Oh, no. I was gonna say that in terms of figuring out where if we're solved, it could, an edge info could have a reference to the 2 centers that it needs to be beside to be solved. It could have just a reference just to those that never changes as much as you scramble up the cube, and then for it to know if it's solved, it could just then see, am I beside those 2 centers specifically? Maybe. Or then, you know, solved center 1 matches current direction 1, and then solved center, like, direction 2 equals current direction 2. If that matches, then we're solved. You know, in theory, that part could work. And that's because the problem with doing this, using references to the 2 centers to figure out where we are all the time, to figure out our current position, that's troublesome with then just updating that all the time. And when we do a turn, okay, swap out this center for this center. That's the tricky bit there. But for testing if we're solved, being like, what are the 2 centers we need to be beside to be solved, and making sure that, like, the order matches so that it can be in the right place but turned around and that wouldn't pass the test of being solved, that could in theory work. Okay. So it's okay, but I don't want to worry about that too much right now, because, like, that's, like, the not as much of an issue, but it's like, okay, hey, we have a potential idea for that using stuff that we already have that in theory shouldn't be that bad. The problem is then current direction, but having some, so then that could maybe be solved by somehow, you know, update position, some kind of thing. Where it's like, we just moved, figure out where we are, and just do it from scratch. Well, okay. I mean, there is the thing where if I pass in, the turn that happened, it was a front turn. Therefore, I know that the front one doesn't need to change. I only need to change the other one. And, well, like, then I could know that, hey, we changed front, so the only things that up could change to are, you know, up, right, down, left. It wouldn't be back, I guess. I mean, that narrows down 2 whole options of the 6. Or, again, or I look at the position of the thing in Unity. I look at the position in Unity and use that to decide where it is. But then I'd need to figure out its, you know, its rotation. It's almost like mirrored on, like, that axis. The tricky bit here is, and why am I not seeing? Oh, because I did that. Yeah. Like, I can't just easily, I don't know how easily would test that we're in the same position. Like I can use the position of the transform to potentially find out what location, like what location we're in, to know the 2 possibilities of know the 2 possibilities of our direction, and then I just have to know which one goes in which slot, which is basically, as I said, start with up and bottom, up and down, then front and back, then left and right, if we're oriented correctly. But that should essentially be swapped if we're not oriented correctly. And how would I know that? I mean, well, okay, no, I was gonna say conceivably if it had a rotation of all zeros, but it's not. I don't trust that, because it could, you know, do 360s and like the whole cube twists around and then it moves. It needs to be able to know, right? It needs to be able to know that. It needs to be able to figure out that stuff, properly. Yikes! Why is this so tricky? Yeah. So, unless I store, like, I could store color information as well, like this thing knowing that it's green, white, and then it's, you know, this is green, and it's beside the white center, and oh, they're not the same, but, that's not, I don't love that either. So the reason right now, as I said, like, the reason right now why I need this current direction in the first place, because, like, if I didn't need this information, then I don't need to calculate it. It wouldn't necessarily need to know where it is all the time. right now how I'm using this information, which maybe if I change how the information is being used, then my requirement for it to change or something, is that I'm taking in a centerpiece to turn, and I'm turning it on, some degrees. That can be 90 or negative 90 or 180. That we'll get to that. And then I go through every edge and say, the two directions that are in this edge, do either of them match the center that's about to turn? If it does, if it does, then we add it to this list of things that get parented and then get turned and then unparented afterwards. So I just need the center that's turning to match a direction of the edge that is, beside it or whatever. And so this is my way of knowing if an edge is beside a particular center. Including the fact that, as the cube moves around, then, they all shuffle around. But I also want a solution that's going to work relatively, like when I do, slice moves, which we'll get there, and when I do full cube turns is actually being more... both of those make things tricky, that I can't rely on a particular center being, constant. Like, the yellow always being up, because, you do this and now it's not, and I want to be able to account for that. My, this is being... this bit's being trickier than I thought. But it's once we solve this, then, most of our work is done, which is turning the cube, and then there's just, putting in the extra directions. While I'm thinking about this, well, let's at least let's just put in the other, directions. So we got, so front, right, up, and then, put in where it's going. And then, this should be up. And, okay, I'm obsessing too much about the order. It does not matter. Technically, I want to be efficient. I would use, the case that is most common. The most common turns are front moves, right moves, and up moves. Right, up and right are more common than front, but anyway. That's fine. So B is back, and then this will use vector 3 forward, and this is L, and this is D. So for left, and this will be left, down, this will be down. These ones all match, except for forward and back don't look like they match what they do, just with the way the cube is positioned in Unity, with the camera and all that. So, that doesn't do a whole lot for me. And, while we're also thinking, let's just get in this, knowing that it should be 90 or negative 90. This is a bit of a temporary thing. So, in order to have that happen, I want to actually test this beforehand. If the message contains a apostrophe, and then strip that out, and then sort of test what's left. In theory, because this is these are all single letter things, I could specifically go test the first letter and then test the second letter. I could. You know what? Oh, you don't like that? Oh. Because you're... Well, is there just... I'm not forgetting that there's no... There is no type of... Hold on. Move in, with a Rubik's Cube that is 2 letters. I don't believe so. There's X, F, R, U, B, L, D, X, Y, Z. The capitals and lowercase are different. There's the, M, S, E, I believe are the 3, slice moves. And then there's whether it has a 2 or a apostrophe. I'm not forgetting any other, Rubik's Cube turns that I'm just... any funky ones for a Rubik's Cube that I'm not familiar with. I was saying that the potential, if we have, more messages, the idea that you could have, that you could have a message that has multiple instructions and then get, it strips them apart and then does them one by one. Sounds cool, which we might get to. Or special messages that, are for, full algorithms that's just, pre-saved you know, you type in something about doing T-perm, and then it automatically does the steps for a full T-perm algorithm. Stuff like that would be conceivably cool. Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess while I'm doing this, I should also type in all these too. So else, whoop. Yeah, else if input.get key down key code dot key code dot u, and then what is good, that I'm just beat a move run. Next turn equals u. Why am I typing this the whole thing when I can just do this? So u, and then just do it in the same order. U, B. I don't normally I put like B at the end or whatever, but whatever, it's fine. And then L, D, get rid of these. I'm gonna worry about putting in stuff with M moves and all that. Even the lowercase versions of all these, that's gonna be later. That's a not right now problem. One thing, I don't know if I'd actually be able to, if I get the, so like, okay, if you do like a wide R move like this, it is basically the same as, so okay, like doing wide R is the same as doing, like L prime, or just an L, and then it would turn the cube. Oh wait, no, not that way. Hold on, wait. Do R. It's same as doing an L prime, and then moving the cube down like that. I don't know if it'd be worth like it to make programming some moves like that easier. Just if you receive small R, substitute that with doing behind the scenes, in L prime, and that's in X, I think. Or, like, I don't know. Like, I could conceivably do that, but I don't know if I should just do it properly for the sake of doing it properly, or whatever. I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. R, U, B, L, D. You have those, and then add that to the front. And then, you know what? While we're here, while I'm just still unsure of solving that later problem, so we'll just keep doing this here. We'll add, oh, that's not at all what I wanted. It's just typing and not actually doing it properly. Okay. So, else if input, if I'm holding, we'll say if I'm holding left control, I guess. Oh, that's a bit left shift. I feel like, yeah, like the holding to invert, like do negative or whatever. I guess left control will be that I add a 2, L2 or whatever, that kind of thing. And I can't do both at the same time. That makes sense. Okay. So then, so this is testing first letter. I guess then I go just switch, even though there's only 2 options, just because. Turn instruction second letter. Well, it might not have a second letter. If turn instruction dot length is greater than 1, I guess. I guess then test it for the case that it is well, technically I want to test that. Can you go like that kind of backslash for that, or this, and then yeah. If it's that kind of a slash, then that means, so amount to turn equals this. We're gonna, if that's the case, then make it -90, and if it's a 2, then it's gonna equal +180. Technically, it could be, I guess, well, yeah, I guess you're not gonna see a difference between, because I can do 180 like this, and I could do 180 like this. So I guess it's always going to be the positive direction. That's fine. I can live with that. We don't need to worry that much about finger tricks. If I really wanted to do some extra complicated thing to let that happen, or if you, or let it so that you could have one of these and one of these, and it would turn it the opposite direction. But no, that is overkill away. I don't need to worry about it right now. So -90, and then this was temporary, so I can get rid of that. So in theory, actually, this code, because I already wrote it based on just whatever the number is, that should already work with that. So that's good, kind of. It's good for in that this part works. I can't really even test a lot of this just yet, because now this, I can test it for 1 turn, a singular turn when I go in play mode. Oh, let me undo that. A singular turn will work correctly. Every other turn will work. Will pretend that it's in this corner because it's not going to update, right? So if I do, let's go Control F. Oh yeah, okay, and then like, what were the other buttons? Because I did them based on the letters. Now they're all over the keyboard, but whatever. That's R. You can at least see that it's turning, and that's cool. Why is, wait a minute, 180 is going that way. I feel like it should actually be going the other way. Ooh, right. Well, I guess, it's fine. It's probably fine. Are those going, wait. Yeah, they are kind of going what I would consider to be counterclockwise to do that, which I don't love that, actually. But I don't have an easy way to not do that, because it's just doing a rotate towards. Oh well, I guess I will live with it for now, and just readdress that at some other point. So we got all that, too. Again, it's as long as it's... So if I do this now, then it's all going to start to break. Wait. B isn't working? Oh, you don't have... Oh. I do error like that. Wait, was that because I pressed multiple things at the right time? Like, at the same time? No, me doing Shift B? Wait, is it B specifically that just I mistyped something and it doesn't like it? 5 plus B, the next turn is B, and then hey, it's B, it's back, and then forward. In a second, I'll breakpoint. I just want to see if I could like quickly snipe the issue. 107 is here. There. Centerpiece to turn. Oh, wait, did I maybe not like drag and drop the piece properly or something? Oh, I maybe I didn't. The one that's supposed to be back isn't set up right. Yellow is down. Oh, wait, I think I saw this is the wrong one. Yeah, all right, cool. So remember earlier how I said, oh, it's guaranteed that one of the directions will exist in the list. Turns out it's not a guarantee. It's guaranteed as long as it doesn't, it's guaranteed as long as I don't mess things up. And alas, I messed things up. Well. Okay, so we still get this fun behavior. Uh-huh. Yeah, so okay. So we did more of that. Also, I haven't updated the counter down there in a while. In hindsight, maybe it turns completed. It doesn't apply in the way that I was hoping to. We're gonna be like, I was hoping like, yo, number of like, I don't know, or number of times I turn the thing, but each time I press the button, I don't want to increment it, so it's going up to like 99, like whatever. But then the substitute of how many directions did we finish, but it's kind of gonna be a case where once we finish one, then they'll all kind of be done. Put it like pieces programmed. Pieces. We have programmed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 pieces in place, or something. I don't know. That's like also not great, but it's makes slightly more sense than turns completed, which doesn't even, you know, add it to like 3. And then where is actually? Oh, yeah, no, we'll change it. Where is? No, not there. You. Pieces completed or something like that, which is, well, completed is also a stretch, but whatever. For now, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. It's 7. Oh, something like that. Oh, one more. Kind of. Complete is also. I'll go programmed. With the M, without the M. I mean, technically, both spellings are correct. Is it like a local difference of Canada versus America, that kind of thing, or like kind of program definitely. Yeah, we'll go versus program without the M. The address is Programming is English spelling. Okay, looks like double M is... Yeah, we're reading spelling. Okay. That's fine. It does not matter that much. Oh, it's 11:42. I am running out of time. Oh, no. I would like to have... It'd be nice to have this at least kind of working. Oh, no. How do we... I'd like to solve this now, because then, we don't solve it now. I'm gonna, a couple days, like, come back to it and then figure it out. So, like, we'll come back to the whether it's fully solved or not, but just updating its position. Like, I could have super long dictionary of any sequence, put in input, position and the direction you're turning, and it spits out, here's what the direction would become. That would, like, I'd then manually, go through every combination of stuff, which I could conceivably do, technically speaking, but I would like to not do that. Or, I believe that, like, after I move it, I call some function called update position that just globally says, hey, where am I in the world? Which, so, okay. Position-wise, just to, like, assuming it's always oriented the right way, I can kind of be like, that would still require some if statements of being like, if we're at, for an edge, be like, if we're at, 1, 0, 1, 1, then we're up, back. If we're 1, oh boy, if we're 0, -1, 1, so that's like, so I would like do that, and then some additional if check to see if we're oriented the right way, and then if we're not, then we aren't, then we like flip around. That's that's half as many test cases, or well, no, it would be the case of if statement for like every turn that can happen would be more. The one thing though with the turning is that like one of these will stay the same and the other will change. Like that could help narrow it down. Like I don't know. If update position based on the one that's held, well, it doesn't work if we turn it like, well, actually no, well, no, like if we turn the whole cube like this edge here, both of them, well, technically one stayed the same, but to keep track of orientation, like this, so like this orange, this red, orange, yellow one, I would consider this to be, let's say, if the cube is like this, it's an up, front, or whatever, and if I turn it like this, I would want it to be not up, back, but back, up, I think, to keep track of the fact that it's flipped, I guess, unless, like, unless I somehow keep track of it as two separate things, like, I have current direction, and that's just the two of them, and the order doesn't matter, and some additional boolean on whether it's considered flipped or not. But when it's harder to track when it's, like, across the cube. You can kind of, I could conceivably come up with some way of whether it's considered oriented, but, like, that just feels funkier. Oh boy, oh boy. So, okay, well, here's another thing. For the act of turning, for the act of just making a turn, a centerpiece is just saying, hey, the ones beside me, do they have one of the things that match what I am? And I don't know how it's going to extrapolate to when I'm doing wide turns and all that, but in theory, this current logic for this kind of turning that we have in here doesn't care about the orientation. The only thing that cares about the orientation is if we're trying to test if we are in a solved state. So maybe I just don't care about the orientation stuff for right now? And I just... Then I can do the update position, and then I'm just testing... For the edges, I'm testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm testing 1 of 12 spots. Which, I mean, it's, 12... An if statement that is 12 long, which isn't great, but that's, like, better than nothing, I guess. So I see that as a potential option, and technically the super long dictionary of every single, like, turn or whatever is also possible. So it's not like I'm out of options completely. They just feel like inefficient options, and I'm just trying to think of if there's a better way before I commit to doing all of that, because then I'm, there's doing that, and then there's like for what we have now, and then considering how it needs to expand, for corners, how it needs to expand when we do funky moves like this, especially turning the whole cube. So I'm just trying to like, the most ideal way would be for, the stuff here to be like, hey, you just turned like this. Change this one direction into this other direction, and that's all you need to do, rather than it being up to the edge to figure out where it is from scratch. But like, okay, like, but and then because it's dealing with anywhere where the thing could be, you could turn, in so many other directions. Like, I guess I do know that wherever it is, wherever it's turning, the one that needs to update is it going to exclude 2 sides. How can I maybe at least get that in there so I know it's a matter of 4? And weird funky thing. The one that needs to change won't become itself. We don't have a thing to do like a 360 turn. Like that's fine. So, and we know it's not gonna become the one that's the other side because they can't match. And then if I know for each direction what its opposite is, maybe that could be like a thing I have somewhere. So I actually can narrow it down to 3. It's going to become one of 1, 2, 3 options. And that's just based on, it's based on how many times we turn, but then I got to know what, even if we only had 90-degree turns, clockwise turns, even if we only had clockwise turns, I'd still have to, narrow down, like, if we're front and we turn clockwise, like, where are we going? Because, if we're front here, and we turn clockwise, then we're coming up. If we're front here, left going clockwise means that we go down. Oh boy. Unless, okay, weirder idea. Well, if I stored like a weird cyclical bunch of like enums or like some like list of strings or whatever that's like 6 sets of, that's like, if up is turning, then the order that the sides are going to change goes, like front goes to left, goes to back, goes to right. And then somehow it looks at like, what am I? And then what's the next thing in the sequence? And then if it's 2, go 2 down. And then if it's -1, go back. That sounds interesting. Like, that's still like, I have to like make some kind of list for like all 6 sides, but that feels like cleaner. And then I'm only having to tell the ones that changed. And that feels more in the spirit of, with the turns, rather than calculating unity positions and rotations and stuff. I'm just trying to think of how that would extrapolate to corners, because corners having 3 is weird. It's still the case that, so if we are a particular corner, there are less corners total, there's 8 rather than 12 edges, so that is something. If we are a corner, and we turn, one side will still stay the same, and then 2 of them will... well, I guess, if I had this cyclical thing, one of them will become whatever its next stage, and then the other one will become its next stage. It just has to happen twice. Oh, maybe that's not that bad. Okay, maybe... weird, but it might be doable. I don't know where I'm gonna... We're gonna make some enums in this class. Maybe I'll like dump a lot of the enums in its own like other class just to have all these enums in place or something. Is an enum the best way to do it? An enum can be turned into an int, and then I can add the number. Well, then like flip it around if it goes to the end. I don't know if an enum is the best data structure for this, but be able to write it out as like words is good. Front turn directions or something, and then having it be so if an edge, it's on whatever the front is. Let's start up. Basically, we're saving an order. Up then would become right, and going clockwise becomes down, becomes left. And like, yeah, this is still requiring me to fill in a decent amount of stuff, but this feels, I don't know, I'm more fine with this. It feels more logical rather than, an if statement for every single turn that can possibly happen. Yeah, I don't know. This seems more like it has legs. it could possibly work. And that this method could, like, I'm doing this and it will also work for the corners, in theory. So, for up, the turn directions, I think I start at looking at the thing, and whatever's at the top, I start with that. So back, oops. Well, we'll just start each time. Back becomes the right side, becomes front becomes left. And I can't incorporate these patterns into just the direction thing and being some kind of order. I don't think so. I don't have up, down, left. Well, this doesn't matter here, but I kind of want to just because right's the more common one. I kind of treat like right as like the positive in Rubik's Cube land. So like, yeah, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, kind of. Okay, so up turn directions. Wait, oh, funky thing, weird. Oh, I might be able to condense this even more. Is that if these are the front turn directions, the back turn directions would be the same list, go the other way. That might be able to. Hold on, front, back turn directions, up, down turn directions. That feels even better. Left, right turn directions is then from right. I'm so used to doing left. We're doing right, left because again, in Rubik's Cube domain, right is kind of more of the positive direction than left, kind of. So right, left. That feels wrong, but it's what we're going with. So from the right side, we got up, and then right, and then down, and then left. Okay, interesting, fascinating, fantastic. So now to use these, and right now they're in like dumped in the center info class. Like we might move at some point. How would I use this? I feel like the turn code now makes like if I'm gonna have separate stuff happen for edges and centers. I feel like this so have a public function that's like turn. Oops. Turn and then pass in the direction. So, well, turn or center. I'm gonna put center to be clear. That's like that or I guess axis of turn maybe. Well, yeah, could we turn on the front axis? That should be fine. Okay. So then I have a switch statement for axis of turn. That is, Can you put two things in a case thing? I don't know. Do you allow ors? Axis of turn. Well, like. Or no, you put commas, right? That's the way. Yeah. Okay. What's your problem? No, wait, you don't like that. Well, okay, wait. If I have this, then you're fine, right? Okay. Oh, I do need to do slightly different things if it's up, down, left, right, or whatever. But okay, let's just for let's just hard code doing the front direction for now, just to see where this is gonna go, if this is gonna work, and then we'll readdress the other one. So if we are at edge on the direction that we have just turned is the front direction, then we know that one of them is going to match. So we would first need to find the matching one, which could be in either position. We could have turned up or we could have turned front. So how would we find the matching one? Like it's a 50-50, just choose. If it's a random, you're right half the time. So in a way that I'm trying to think of a way that's not too hard coded. So well. Well, just like somehow int changing direction index, I guess. So in the case that this was front, then and we'll probably rearrange what's in the statement, what's like before it or after it, after we add more cases, but just to get this working. I am almost out of time. I really want to get just at least this one case working, and then next time we can add more cases. But so we have made good progress today, which is fantastic. Especially with this being like I knew this would be hard, but it was more difficult than I thought it would be. We had more. Yeah, funkiness happened with, like, things I didn't realize that would be an issue. But the initial idea of just parent the objects, turn and unparent is working perfectly. So, you know, that's good. okay, if solved direction, wait, no, we're using current direction for this, and put the brackets in. If current direction, and because it's an edge, we can hard code that there's 2. I'm fine doing that. If current direction 1 is equal to, actually axis of turn, it can be more generic, which then would put this like outside the thing, but we'll get back to that. Actually, well, no, it's gonna be before. I can do that right now. Yeah. If the current, hold on, blah 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 blah. If the axis that we're turning on, this doesn't matter, I'm just moving to this side of the if statement just because. If the axis that we are turning on matches with the current, with the first slot, then that means use the second one, which then means this equals 1. Otherwise, then it should be 0, which I guess if we put in the default value, then we don't have to test that. So, okay, yeah. So now we have we know which is the one that needs to change, and then that's a thing now. So if the axis that we do need to turn on is front, then that means now take a look at this. Find out where the other one is. So if we're saying that, if we are up front and we just turned on the front direction, then that means that this needs to change. We look at where it is in this list, add 1, and potentially wrap around, and then that's the new direction that needs to become. Which right now we'll hard code that for the 90-degree turn. And then we'll have to be like, oh, if we turn twice, then do the same thing again. If we're going counterclockwise, then go down 1. But this should work. Okay, so if we're turning front, then we need one of these. Well, actually, wait. How do I? Oh shoot! I just realized that. I realized I don't know how to. This might not be the best data structure for this. So I want to be like, because I gotta basically map this to this, and they don't. Just because the string is the same, that doesn't matter, right? Because these are ints underneath. Shoot. Right. I gotta figure out which. I'm now gonna map this to knowing what thing this is. But I can get the name, right? I think there's some weird way where I can do that. Okay, this is getting this a bit funkier, but rotation or something equals, well, I don't know, we're gonna put in like a random thing, just make the variable. Okay, hold on. Oh boy. Okay, well, if the direction was front, then also getting hard to keep in my head. Oh, right, yes, okay. So if we were up, if it was up, then we need to get that. It's not guaranteed to be the first one in the list there. When you have up and apply a front rotation to it, that should be... Find where up is. Oh boy. How would I do that? I conceptually know what I want to do. Just how do I do the code of that? And do I need a better oh, come on. Gotta be away. Okay, come on. So how do you, okay, just first of all, how do you get the name of what's in an emote? That I believe is a simple thing. Unity get name of enum. Oh, just enum.getName. So I hypothetically want that, then .get name. No? Oh wait. Do I take the thing .get? Oops. Or you're saying to take the actual like enum.get name? Names. I can compare string, but I need to get... Well, okay, actually, wait. Can I convert the name back into... Okay, this might be a bit funky, but if it works, then it works. How do I use this? I can get name, get name, the enum type is blarg, and then the object value, is that... it's hypothetically the current directions at position the changing index. Just to test this real quick, is a type which is not valid. Did you not set let me? I need to see an example of this being used. Hold on, just What do you supposed to look like? Type. Oh, type of. I thought it would kind of do that automatically because it said the thing needed to be a type. Okay, so actually I might be able to directly convert then if I can get the name and then if I can come out of it. I guess we're gonna find out. Worth a shot. Oh boy. Okay. So, this returns a string, right? That's, yeah. So take current... okay. Wait a minute. Well, we know that the names have to match. Like, whatever name that we have, it has to be one of the ones that are in this list, one that we can find, actually. Wait a minute. Now I'm passing it up, which up as the enum is... oh, this isn't going to work the way that I want it to, right? I would need to be like, get name of 0? Is that how this works? Get name of 0 would then be, like, up? Oh, boy. Or... Wait, how does this actually work? I also, you can, but I don't know if it... I think it does this implicitly, but just in case, I know there's a thing you can do just to actually have the numbers there. And then if you can add more, you can rearrange them and whatnot. So I'm just going to do this just to make sure this is going to work how I think it should in regards to the numbers here. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. This... It's like, conceivably, I know what I want to do. It's just getting it to happen that's the funky bit and how I can use this. So... Okay, just to, like, kind of describe what... I don't know if I'm explaining well what it is I'm trying to do, but, I want to, at the moment, by example, right now, like, old direction equals, you know, directions, or direction dot up, right, from the thing, and then I basically want to say, take direction dot up, and, like, convert that into, in this case, front, back, turn, directions, dot up. And then, get int of, yeah, add 1, loop if necessary. So if, you know, we're at the 3, we go to 4, then we go down to 1. Loop if necessary. And then, then we get the int of what we have now. Get int. So then it becomes, like, that will turn it into, right. And then get int of, and then, hold on, but then basically I want to convert it into the directions version, and then new direction equals, like, have it become direction.right. So that in a hard-coded way, but I want to do it in a more abstract way. Okay. So, right. Okay. No. So okay. So like, I'm putting the int, get the thing. Can I? Okay. So what? So that's half. So this get name is like half the thing. The other half that I more so need is getting, get. I basically need, what I basically want to do is be able to pass in a name and get what index that it's at. Be like, in this enum, I know that the word right exists in it. What index does right have? Like what, enum, like what index does string have? Something like that. Get enum index from string. Is that a thing I can do? Oh boy, oh, I'm seeing like int enum.parse type of, oh boy, okay. So, okay, we have potential plan. Over here, hold on. So intern, get the, so this is just knowing the index, this is, oops. This is just to know whether we're doing, like, modifying the first or the second one. And then we're taking the axis that we turned on. Taking the axis that we turned on, and right now we're just worrying about the case where we know this hard-coded case where it's front, so we know then the other one's gonna be up, so this will happen to be 0 in this particular instance. Then, so, okay, let me kind of comment my individual steps that I want to do, and that might help me. So, take, well, basically, convert, and we're pretending like that we're doing a front turn, so front should convert into right. So, get old direction. Let me just, start with that, right? Like, and just to do it, like, simply, and then I'll probably have to, like, simplify, like, you're gonna have some redundant code here, but just a old direction equals, this guy, right? And then next step is to do this. Convert the directions.up into front, back, turn directions.up. So ideally, I basically want it to become this, right? But not, like, I can't just direct this at equals something that has to do with old direction is passed in. And I can't just go equals old direction because that's, like, is just gonna take the integer. So what I first need as a sub-step to this is get string name of old direction. Hello! Hello. Hi, welcome back, Fanberg. We're progressing. I know if I go back to this, it might look like we're basically the same, but oh boy, has a lot changed. And we're getting to a point, like, or before it was all super hard-coded. We're getting, I mean, there's still some hard-codedness. We're getting to the point of being less that way. ChatGPT just told me something, I gotta try. Alright, sure. I have not used ChatGPT for this just yet. Although we're getting to, like, we're about to break through this hurdle of, like, what I've been stumped on for a bit, so that will be, great if we can do that. So, get name, before I lose it, I need to go. I have stuff a little bit in a notepad conceptually of what I'm trying to do, which, yeah, okay. So get name of old direction, and then, then we have that string, then get string index of front back direction, and then make new with that index is roughly, this is gonna help us do the things that we want to do for this first step. Then we're gonna do stuff, and then we gotta convert it all the way back. But that is gonna work. It's gonna save us having to make a bajillion if statements. Yikes. Basically, so Fanberg, you're just coming back here. Short version of what we're doing is basically saying that if we have the cube here, and we have this edge piece, and I turn it like this. Right now, we're storing that, like, from up here, technically from up here. This edge piece storing what its direction is as up front, because the OS is facing up and it's facing front. When we turn it like this, it is now facing right and front. And we're basically doing the coding that's updating its position based on what turn just happened. And, well, we'll update all of the things. And, yeah, it's been a little bit complicated, but we found a better way of doing this that isn't just going, if we were up and front, then become this. If we were this and this, then become that. And then also dealing with the fact that we're going to have, you know, double rotations, turning counterclockwise. We're doing a solution that's dealing with those. It isn't having to have us have an if statement for every single possible turn that can possibly happen, or having some dictionary of every possible turn and what it spits out. Like, we're doing something that's a little bit funky, but will be way better than that alternative. It says I can create a lookup table, but process it at complex time with context. So, for example, determine the size of an array to compile time and then populate it with data at compile time. My binary would become bigger, but think about the speed. Oh, that's the yeah, for your decompiler thing that you're messing with. Yeah, I mean, lookup table with compile time. I suppose maybe. Well, oh yeah. Oh, so compiling big things of data at compile time. I've done a bit of that with my ultra tag thing that I keep referencing with, well, but to like an unnecessary degree, and for a school project that I was just messing around with, where to do some pathfinding around a map, we actually not even like not even like on start or away, because in the scene in edit mode, like whatever, we have like had a button that when I click that button, it does all these calculations for all this possible pathfinding that can happen, saves it all, and then when you hit play, then the AIs running around just use that pre-saved pathfinding stuff and then are way faster. Made the scene size 100 megabytes for a scene that small is massive. Yeah, but then you could have multiple people running around that were all sort of sharing that pathfinding pre-calculated information, so that was also a thing. Yeah. So I can use the text file for editing the data for the documentation. When compiling my program, it can parse this at compile time, because I don't like doing all this runtime for no reason when the documentation is large. This text. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah. Funky, but cool. Okay, I need to do this before I forget what it is that I'm trying to do here. So we need to take so we get the old direction, and we need to converting it to front back turn directions dot up, and we're doing that by this sequence of steps. So like this is compiled into one thing. So get the string name of old direction. So we want to take this, and getting the enum name of it should be enum.getName, type of direction, put in old direction, and store that as a string. The direction name is this. Old direction name, to be specific. Old direction name should be that. Then get the string index of front back direction. So now, if this was direction.up, doing this should spit out the word up. And now we need to say with the word up. Right now it's a coincidence that this and this are both zeros. Like a better example would be if this was right. We took right and then we did a turn with that. The word right, what index does that have here? Here, I mean, technically I put the numbers. Actually, you know what, I will just for clarity. This doesn't matter as much here, but like, it doesn't matter at all here. We're not using the actual numbers here for their intended purposes necessarily, but anyway. We're taking, let's say, right, which is 2, and then converting the word, the text that says right, and then seeing in here saying, the text that says right, what number is beside that? And it is 1. And it could be checking here, or we could be checking here, like, well, actually, it's convenient that it's a coincidence. Really? That all of these have right as the second number? That's how I happened to 1, 2, 3. Wait. Wait, this is wrong. I'm a moron. This isn't, because I was looking right, like up, right, left. That's not how that works at all. If this is the right face, this is up, this is back, this is down, and then this is front. Okay, I'm glad I caught that. These other ones, right? So this, if we're back, right, front, left, up, right, down, left. Yeah, I just straight up, okay, good that I caught that. I was like, wait, this right shouldn't even be in that list. Oh boy. I only want to parse text in cases where it's the only option in the world, you know? I'm parsing, or I'm about to be parsing some enums into ints right now as a funky. This is definitely, it probably is not the best way to go about this, but it's a way I thought up that will potentially work, and while being potentially a bit funky, is not like the messiest solution. And isn't directly calculating like the position of the block in the world and looking at its like rotation to see if it's flipped. I really did not want to do that solution. I like that this feels more in the spirit of Rubik's Cube turning and stuff. Okay, so what was I doing? Then the thing over here, which apparently I'm seeing an example that looks like this. Courtesy of Stack Overflow. So converting this kind of thing into what I want. So int old, well, not even older, new, well, technically this is old. Well, hold on. Direction order number? I don't know. Like, of the weird, like, direction it being in and ordered. Ordered direction, ordered. Whatever, we'll just go old. Actually, why is this capitalized? Old direction number, and then I'll add one and put it in a new variable called new direction number. Whatever, it's fine. So old direction number is going to equal int ina. I could have just take the thing and then change the variable names, but whatever. This I'm more like understanding the specific parts of what's working and why it's working, not just copying code for the sake of copying code. I'm understanding. So type of, instead of type direction, this is gonna be type of front back turn directions. And then I'm passing in, what is, oh, the thing that I'm looking for, wait, hold on. This is gonna be old direction name. This is the old direction name. And I can put it in a try parse. In theory, if the code is right, it should always be in there. It's not a case where it might not be. If it's not, then I almost want the error. Give me the error, tell me that it's wrong so I can fix it and have it be correct, right? Because, yeah. And then this can go away, right? Yeah. Okay. And then, so now we have this int, and then now finally I make a new current direction in rotation using that int. Or not. An explicit, yes, do the explicit conversion. Yes. Explicit catch, yes. Okay. I don't know if this and this could be done in one number, maybe. I mean, well, I can't, or one line. I could have all this be one massive line of this equals int blah 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 passing in enum.getName of current direction but it's like easier to comprehend the screen if it's you know, separated a bit. So we have all this. I'll respond to your seconds and your messages in a second, Fanberg. I just want to just not lose this in my brain. So we do all this. This should now be, assuming that it's correct. Well, okay, 4 up. Technically, it's going to still be 0, but if it was right, it would be the right that's here. So now it's the, we're passing it up, it is the up that is here. We now need to add 1, just to go, that's all. Then, well, we need to loop around. If we've hit the top, we need to loop around. I'll manually just go if, because I know it's 4, if current direction in rotation is greater than 4, then, if it's, well, yeah, let's go equal. If it equals 4 exactly, because we're starting at 0 going up to, you know, it goes to 3 and then it loops around. So if it equals 4, then have it become 0. Yeah, we will, right now this is dealing with the going in the positive direction. I want to be able to deal with doing a double turn and then doing a counterclockwise turn, which I'm just realizing if I'm doing that, I'm gonna actually need to pass that in as input, which, whoops, I'll get to that, but that's fine, we'll get to there. Maybe not today, though. If it, what's your problem? I can, this, I don't have to go enum.parse, right? I can just go int. Or wait, gets, or wait. Wait, why did I need the, hold on, wait, This was to take string and parse it into that, and then convert it to an enum afterward. Yeah, so that's why I did it. Wait a minute. Wait, wait, am I converting it to an int to convert it back out of an int? I'm just realizing that... Wait a minute. I've just realized that this might be able to be combined in here for, like... I'm converting it into an int to then convert it out of an int. Right? So this could actually just be... Just this. No? Wait, or your problem is this? Yeah. Take that string. Take the string and convert that string into type of front back animations. It spits it out as an object. Actually, I'm wondering if I can get rid of this. I'm gonna assume that it won't like it. It'll be like, do it explicitly. No. Yes, you will. Yeah, do an explicit version. So I have to like do it twice for this to cooperate, but that's fine. Do I want it to be like this, or do I want to put it back? Well, no, this I can make an enum using that name. So okay, instead of get string index, so with that direction string, and that's the same thing, or it should be. I believe that it will be. Okay, plus. So 4, go back to, then go, flip to 0 if necessary. Then, we then go in the reverse to now turn this all the, actually I don't need this either. We do the reverse, turning it all the way back into a direction to then spit it into, technically this. This actually, yeah, that might not need to be there, but it's a good reference right now. Damn it. Okay, so now to go the reverse, I need to go string new direction name is going to equal enum.get name of front back direction, passing in current direction in rotation, I think. Yeah, pass that into that. We're gonna get the name of it, and then hold on. Actually, maybe I'm just gonna go get string name of new direction, and then we're gonna just put this over here. Blah. Make new direction with that front back direction string, I guess. So now this is gonna be of type direction with this and this. You don't like your name being the same, so new direction. I don't think I've used that. New direction name and then new direction, which parallels this. Also I can get rid of that bit. Blam, blam, add to it loop if necessary. Huh. Okay, almost done. Almost done. Oh, I didn't pass this in here. That could have been bad. Well, I'm really hoping I just test this and it just works. I don't have to like debug all of this. Hoping that I'm keeping it all straight in my head enough for it to be functionally okay. The final step is we have this new direction. I now just need to pass it in to here. So this at changing direction index, like the one we have calculations of the which one that actually needs to change, now becomes new direction. Technically, this could be one line there. You know, like apply the direction change or something like that, and that should be all. In theory, that should work. I haven't called this function. That would have been bad. Like I tested it, that doesn't even. They're like, oh, why is it not running? Oh no. I gotta actually call a function. So here seems fine. Just go adjacent dot turn. To pass in axis of turn is gonna be it's gonna be which whatever the facing direction of current direction of the centerpiece that just turned. Technically that's that. You know what? It's gonna go after it. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Moment of truth. Well, hold on. Sort of. This is hard-coded for front, but I should be able to turn it all the way around in the front and have it work. Also, there's gonna be a lot of that code that can be ripped out of the front thing. Please work. Please work. You should see this thing go around in a circle. Hey! And again. Yes! Woo! I believe Shift F is gonna not... Wait. Why is Shift F working? Oh, okay, no, I know why it's working, but technically it wouldn't be. Like, that's not... It's not really working. So right now, if I hit R, that should not turn? Wait. Wait. Oh! Oh, shoot. R is... Wait. R is not meant to be that center. Why is R that center? It's L... When did they get back? That's a separate issue. Hold on. Left? When did that happen? Hold on. That's just that I didn't, you know, put those in right. That's like not a... When? How long has that happened? This is... Did I do that recently? Or, I don't know. Okay, front is that one. Back is that one. Up. Down is the yellow one, right? Is that one? It should be. I don't know when I did that, but... Like, it can't have been like that the whole stream because we've been turning red for a while by pressing R. Yeah, so that doesn't turn, right? But if I go F, cool. And then pressing R right now will do... I don't think it will turn... Wait, no. It will turn it, but it won't apply that it's been turned. So it won't turn the second time, I think. Yeah. Cool. That did that. Or, actually, I'm not sure what will happen, but it won't be correct. Right now, it didn't update that way, so it's gonna think that's still here, which means it will turn. Oops. It will turn because it thinks that it's here because it's not updating, but that's fine. Technically, it's still doing the correct thing of turning in that direction. So if I do this, it thinks it's here. That means that F will make it turn when it shouldn't. Which, like, that means that my code is working how I think it should be, which obviously this doesn't look correct, but it's technically the results that I think should happen, which means my code is working correctly as far as I'm concerned. Oh, wait, why is R now not working? Oh, because... So that weird turning I did is... It was here, and now it thinks it's, like, down here or over here or something. Okay, so now it's getting more out of hand, which is, like, fine, but... I'm actually gonna... I think I should have... it's gonna just help debugging later. And now what we're about to be going into is... Make this not hidden, because I want to actually see it. More than that... I'm gonna... I was saying that, like... So initially we defined this having a solve direction, and then it's gonna have a current direction. I'm not sure yet, but we were talking about the way that we were going to determine if a piece is considered in its solve position, and it might not use this anymore. I'm not sure, but if I get rid of it, then I have to like reset up all these on this and whatever. I don't want to do that right now. So I just do that. I can see on this edge. I can, when we go into play mode, I can see what place it thinks that it's in, and that's the whole thing. All right, let me catch up with messages. Also, catch your bedtime. Yeah, it is. We're gonna be ending things off now, but I'm glad that we at least got that working, and I'm hoping that the rest of this is a problem for future me. I'm hoping that I'll remember what it is I was doing. But look at this. It's cool. Ignore that. That bit's less cool. It looks funky. That's okay. I'll catch up on messages in just a second. I just want to see. So if I do this, it thinks it's here, which means that. Oh, this is gonna be funky. D should turn it into thinking that it's over there. Or wait. Oh. Wait. Why is No, that's correct. That's correct. Never mind. I thought it was turned the wrong way. No, from this angle, that's clockwise. Yep. I should know that. Yes. Yes. Okay. And then, so wait. It right now thinks that it is there still. So like L shouldn't move it. Yeah. Just it's funky. Yeah, but okay. It's doing what it should, but not. Obviously, it's not, like, all the way there yet, but the main thing was the turning down and then up. Fantastic. Beautiful. So, we're not going to do this stream. I think we are out of time. I'm going to leave up because it doesn't need to be there at the moment. I'm glad that I don't have some weird setup where, like, in update is needing to, like, check where it is and whatever. I'm sure we'll eventually have stuff in start. So, yeah. So the next thing to do when we get to it will be to, right now it's like, so I mean it turns on the directions as long as this stuff thinks that it can, based on where the edge thinks that it is. To finish off the updating of where the edge thinks that it is, we just gotta add in the other cases. Although, I'll have to see... So what parts of this, starting here to here, is dependent on what's in the case thing. So everything else can be outside. You know, just because, well, wait. Well, no, because then we'll make this, and then it needs to be then used, unless I make this beforehand, like, hold on. This, well, that's a string. Okay, hold on. Let me just real, to save me, like, when I come back to this, so I'll know, like, okay, like, what do I need to separate? Just do it now while I know how this works. So, new direction name is gonna be here, and then, this is very close to, like, technically I converted this into an int, and then added and looped around. It could be outside the thing, but it's, like, smudged in between two things that's fine. Okay, we'll see. That's the thing I can come back to. Okay, so get the old direction, get old direction, get the name of it, and then make a string for the new name. That now we're gonna go get what that is, and now in here, front, back, there, directions, loop, get the new name. That's just this, and now when we have that new name as a string, then what's down here can be out here. Wait, what's your problem? I mean, okay, that's if none of the cases pass. We're gonna put in every single case, so, like, that's gonna be fine. Okay, so so this is what I don't love that. This will be the exact same in all of them. It's just these lines are gonna change, but this needs to be in between both of these. It's directly dependent on it. So basically, we're gonna have a case for every direction, all 6 of them, where this uses, like, this, or invert. Oh, I guess, okay, in some of the cases, it'll be, like, go negative around, I guess. And then it'll do all the turns, which wouldn't take that long, but I am over time, so I do unfortunately need to stop. I think we'll make great progress, and that is fantastic. And then we'll need to add to this the cases of it turning, 180 and counterclockwise. Wow, yeah, but great, fantastic. It's like, it's been a lot early this stream of me being unsure of, like, how I was even gonna be able to solve this, and, like, whether I'd be able to come with a good solution to this kind of what we're trying to do here. I'm glad that I did. This is gonna be a little bit of, like, some copy and pasting stuff, but it's not as extremely tedious and messy as having, like, a bajillion if cases, like 12 if cases, or 12 if cases if we tried to, like, well, yeah, 12 to like, detect exactly where it is, and then some other thing to, like, detect if it's flipped or not. Or the other case of, like, for every turn that can happen, if it's here, it would become there. If it become there, for everything in every direction, whatever. I'm glad we didn't have to go down that route. That would have sucked. That would have just been, like, hours of just entering data, which was potentially an option, but I'm glad that we didn't have to do that. Oh, right. Oh, Fanberg, sorry. I'll catch up with your messages. So, my solutions are all messy, and I learned not to care. Yeah, I mean, this probably is not the most cleanly solution of this kind of thing, but it's not hours of tedious, like, very similar if statements with just entering in data of, like, literally of just, like, if this edge is up front, and then it's a front turn, then now it should become, front right or whatever. Like, doing that for every single thing with the edges and the corners, that would have sucked. We do still have to, so this is all edge things. We will have to do a similar thing on the corners, but I think we've done this in a way that I'll be able to basically do the same thing, kind of, where when we turn one of the corners, one of the things will stay the same. So just like this, one of them stays the same, and it's only the other one that changes. So one of them will be the same, and then the other ones are gonna be like, just like the edges, where it's like, it's gonna be the same cycle order thing. So if we're doing a front turn, then it's gonna be, this one that was facing right is now facing down, so that cycle goes, and the one that was facing up now faces right. In fact, well, knowing that they're both beside each other, I might be able to actually clean that up more, where it's like, the right one becomes down, and then up becomes whatever the old one is, because, like, so this one becomes a new thing, this one becomes whatever this one was, I guess. So, like, I might be able to save that as well, kind of. Yeah, but anyways, so that's we have a plan of attack, and this cube is, yeah, getting closer to being kind of working. There's gonna be like lots of little things. Like right now, as I said, we've rambled before about how so right now I'm mainly just dealing with like the main basic moves that you can do on a Rubik's Cube, but we've been thinking ahead as some of the funkier moves. You can do like a wide R turn like that. You can just move the middle like this and do stuff with that. You can, you know, all the middles that do funky things. That as a move to change the Rubik's Cube, you can turn it like this, right? Like the act of just looking at the cube at a different angle, we want to be able to support that in here, and there is proper cube rotation of what that is. I believe, if I remember from what I looked it up earlier this stream, so like, you know, all the different turns are represented by different letters. This is F, this is U, this is R, this is D, L, B. I have those directions right. This is X, this is Y, this is Z. I think I got that right. And then I think this is M, and is it either this, that's either E or S, and this is either E or S, and I forget which is which, but anyway, not super important right now. We'll get there when we get there. I'll have to double check when I actually go to, you know, do it. Actually, I can find out in like 2 seconds if I just literally, this that I've happened to have open all stream, I just put in E, or capital E, that is, hold on, let me see the whole cube so I can, E, so E is the middle slice, okay, and that was putting it, wait, why is it turning that way? That makes that funkier. M, wait, M goes down? Why is it the opposite? Wow, I just realized that I haven't had to do that many algorithms that, or I don't currently do any algorithms in solving this that actually properly use M moves, except for this one that uses M2, where the direction doesn't matter. I'm just realizing that I've had this backwards of, from a solve state, yeah. M goes the other way. Why is it backwards from R? Okay. And then E is that way, and then S is that. S is the only one that is the way that I thought it would be. Why is that way? Wait. Yeah, no, yeah, what? Why is it? I don't know. That's funky, but fine. As long as it's consistent, whatever. And then X, and also that these have to be capital, but X, Y, Z get to be lowercase because there's no wide version of that. You know, X2 and X prime. Anyways, enough rambling for me. I didn't even finish catching up on messages. I learned not to care if the code solution is messy, but the code is not buggy and has fast runtime. I'll take it. Yeah. I mean, with this, we only have, there's 20 pieces total with like the 6 edges, 6 centers, 12 edges, 8 corners. So like, if I have some code that's running on some of this that isn't super optimal, it's not like it's running 200 times, it's running like 12 or something every turn, which isn't even like every frame or something. Well, it depends on how fast that I decide that the cube is turning, which isn't every frame. Depending on the speed, you go like, do the calculations, do the calculations, right? So that, unless I decide, like, I don't know, like, yeah, depending on the turn speed, like do 50 turns like all really fast. But even still, like, this application is just a cube that turns, like, it's not going to get that. I don't think it'll take a lot for it to actually have performance issues, right? So yeah, the thing that had the most performance issues is if I go super crazy on like the lighting and the anyway, the realism, have a physically accurate Rubik's Cube. Can you imagine if I did that? Jesus, like this is all like a rigid body and like apply torque. Yeah, no way. No, thank you. I'll eventually make some, like, do some actual modeling so that you know, the cube, like, how it has little turny bits. I ideally would do that and potentially be cool. And, you know, mid-turn, oh, I didn't even realize that. I didn't do that. Yeah, mid-turn, how, like, you know, the pieces have insides. And depending on different models of Rubik's Cube, you know, they look slightly different. I think I'm going to copy basically how the one that I'm holding here works. Even, you know, some Rubik's Cubes, like, this is like the stickers that are surrounded by black. I can make that one too, but I don't know, this is the main one that I use. This is my speed cube. I want to make, you know, it looks like this. Anyway, yeah. And we're going to continue to like add more to what this thing do. Right now we're making it this basic cube, making it work, making it functional, and then we're going to continue to like, you know, do more with it. The chat integration part of it that I know is going to be a nightmare probably, but we're already working towards like like I'm setting up, you know, for it in, you know, how I've already been writing things. Right now, just for my testing sake, if I press specific hotkeys, it makes certain strings. It's like, you know, D prime, D2, whatever, and then passes that into here. So from this point, it's just a string that says, you know, L2 or whatever. So in theory, once I get, you know, the finagling of chat to be in here, be in Unity and whatever, then I should just be, you know, taking that chat message. If it's like exclamation mark, like whatever initial like things part of the message to do the command, like strip out that stuff and then be left with like L2 or whatever, and I can just pass it into here, and from there, in theory, it should just work. But we'll see if that happens. I want to potentially, it'd be cool to, like, if in chat, like for a command, you could type in multiple turns, like F space D space R2 space whatever, and have it take all of that and trim that up and then pass in each individual message. That would be cool. But, you know, we'll get there when we get there. Currently, right now, if I try to, like, spam the F key, it waits till one turn is complete before it accepts anymore. But, yeah. Anyways, yeah, definitely do gotta go. So let me pass, catch up on chat. And if in C++, you also need to cast enums, and it's so annoying. It makes me not want to use enums. So normally, well, I'm using enums in a weird way. Normally, you don't have to cast them like this, right? Like, down here, this direction thing, I'm just like, if, you know, this thing, you know, equals front, and like, whatever, and then down here, I just, this is long and complicated. Then I just test for what it is. The funky thing that I'm doing, like here, I'm kind of using enums in a way that they're not designed for. You're not really supposed to use an enum for this. I'm cheating, but as long as it works, it works. Like, I feel like there's probably a better way to do this. The reason I'm using an enum is like I can define them by words, and I'm basically hard defining like this sequence. These are just 3 sequences where it's like, if it's at up, become right, become down, become left, go back to up. I've just defined these 3 sequences. And then I basically have this other thing that is all the options, which this part doesn't even really need the numbers. And I basically do some funky stuff of this kind of enum, find the same matching word, and find the next one, and give me that. And that's, like, you're not meant, I don't think you're meant to do that with enums, but it works for me, and like it's working. So, yeah, it is what I'm doing. It's so much better than having a bajillion if statements for, like, the alternatives that I could have done. Hold on, yeah, I will be ending these soon. I think even Python could do it. Oh, with the performance and stuff, and also the speed parameter. Oh yes, you know, that's additional stuff I could. I don't know how I would I could potentially, yeah. You put in a turn and you can put in a speed, I guess. Right now, the speed of 100 is what you're seeing with this. Which, if you put in, I mean, it could be like if you put in 1 turn, it has some speed. But the more things you put in, then it goes faster for each individual one to, like, get through it really fast. That'd be kind of interesting. We'll see. Yeah, that's... And there had to be some minimum. If you go, like, I put in a speed of 0.0001, so it's just slowly turning all day, and no one can turn it again, because it will take 10 hours to reach whatever. Like, obviously, I'd have some minimum in there. But anyways, yeah, right now it's turning like this, which, I mean, isn't super fast, but it's, like, it works good for my own, you know, testing of that this is all working and stuff. Oh, hey, whoa, why did... Is that because I hit another button? I mean, it didn't all break, but I don't... Oh. Why is that? It's running, but I'm curious as to why it's... Because I haven't put in the other... Oh, I know. Because I just now went... this will definitely have a value, and I didn't put in the other values yet, so that's not a real issue. That's fine. Anyway, I'm gonna do 100 turns a second acceleration and also maximum. Yeah, I also, like, right now there's funkiness in, how the cube actually turns. As long as, and to make sure the code doesn't break, so we're like, if it's accidentally like here and somehow thinks that it's completed the turn and starts to try to do a next one, and then now that, you know, it goes all funky and weirdly and broken, I need to make sure that that doesn't happen, which in theory it shouldn't based on how I currently have set it up. It makes sure that it finishes a move before it's allowed to do another one. But when it finishes a move, I don't know if I might, like, put some extra code, like, make sure that the position, like, snaps exactly to, I mean, all of the you know, how this is scaled, it should be at, like, 1 or -1 or 0 for all of them. So, like, maybe, you know, that could be a thing. Oh, wait. Huh. I say that, now that's, why are you negative? Wait, oh no, oh that was that was 0. So like, yeah. So, like it could also be the thing, if I have this running for, you know, the 4.5 hours the stream has been going and it's running in the bottom left corner or whatever, if, you know, working for 30 seconds, it's fine. But like after hours of running, and then if it starts to get slowly more like off positioned or whatever, so stuff like that, I might need to make sure there's extra code to like make sure that things aren't going to break disastrously. But we'll see. I mean, either way, it's still just like a small little thing in the corner. I also will probably have a button on my stream deck to like restart the program if it goes that wrong, as I've had with the other things we've had in the past. But anyways, wait, when did I put this to 7? Oh right, yeah, because it hasn't changed. Yeah, my choice for random counter of the stream wasn't amazing, but I don't know. I like it better than just being generic, like amount of errors that happened or bugs or whatever. The more unique it could be, the better. And definitely some streams will be more applicable for than others. But anyways, so yeah. So okay, I will go. Yeah, we're gonna end things off here for today. I'm going to raid somebody random, and who is it gonna be? And then tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow? Is tomorrow Subnautica? Tomorrow's Subnautica. Actually, I still have the schedule thingy that I made just now, or not, like right before the stream. Not just now, that was many hours ago. So current plan is, this was today, Subnautica. Wednesday, I'm hoping to do some coding with Handmade with Unicycle, but like, depending on how that camera stuff is going, like this might be more of a struggle. Like right now, some stuff with this cube has been somewhat of a struggle, but the camera issues I'm having with that might be even more of a struggle. And I might be more Googling and researching before then, but we'll see how that goes. Then Stray, where we're gonna be speedrunning. There's an achievement in that game to speedrun the game, so we're gonna be doing that. I actually got Live Split, the program that any speedrunning video you see ever, that like black with like green numbers speedrunning timer you see in the corner, that program that like everyone uses. I got that and I wanna set that up. I don't need to at all for like, I'm not doing an actual, I mean, I guess I am doing a speedrun, but I'm not doing an actual like speedrun. Like I guess I am, but you know, like I don't need to do that. I'm just doing that for funsies, just because I can. I thought it'd be fun to set that up. Yeah, and then Friday I'm taking a day off and I'm busy and catching up on stuff. Can't have that. So we won't be picking up this Rubik's Cube thing until Saturday, which is a while, but not that far away. And then Sunday is gonna be Subnautica, because now I have a lot of different things that I'm jumping between. All of January I had like 2 things, it was just back and forth. So like it wasn't that long before I came back to a thing. But now I have 4 separate things that I'm juggling between, including the occasional day off. And right now it seems to be, I don't know if I'm gonna maintain this schedule for like apparently the Cube, Subnautica, Unicycle, Stray. I don't know if that's gonna be what I stay. I mean, we're only like 1 or 2 days from finishing Stray, I think, and Subnautica. Hard to tell, but we're close-ish. But I think we're still pretty far away, especially how slow I've been going. And then yeah, and then I don't know how long I'll be doing the Rubik's Cube stuff until I go fully back into the Handmade Unicycle, or like, you know, do less of that. If I'm really struggling with the camera stuff, I don't know. We'll see. This time I did miss the end at least, like last time. Yeah. Well, it's because I meant to end 15 minutes ago. I do actually gotta go, but been rambling away. Anyway, but yeah, so I'll figure out what it is that I'm yeah, doing. Although I don't know, when I finish Stray, like I'm gonna be then going into a final Doom, and I don't know if I'm gonna like continue the 2 games at once thing. If I'm doing all this other programming stuff, I might go back to just doing one. So like then just stay with Subnautica, only Subnautica until we finish that, and then final Doom. I don't know if I'll do that. I might not. I might stick with the multiple things. I'm unsure. Everything's up in the air. Yeah, we'll figure all that out. Okay, we are gonna we're gonna raid this person that is doing Unity stuff, I believe. This guy, NZ. All right, that's all right, over here. Oh, you've been rambling for, yeah, I have been. Welcome to the Cyberchroma stream, where rambling is all I do. The only thing I can ramble about is my code. Oh, I got stuck, I don't know what to say. It does depend on like what I'm doing, I guess. Like sometimes with, yeah, my coding stuff, or like Handmade with Unicycle stuff. But like, so like right now I've been able to ramble my way through my problems with this coding stuff. I wasn't like in parts where I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to solve these problems, or if I had to like end the stream to then do other things and like come back to another day and like do a bunch of Googling or whatever. But thankfully that hasn't happened yet. I'm sure it will, but not yet. Handmade with the Unicycle is another situation though, where like the camera issues I'm having in that game are immense. Although last stream that we were working on it, we tried some things that seemed like they could be leading towards a possible solution, a light at the end of the tunnel, but I don't know for sure. And like the crazy thing with that, with also this Rubik's Cube thing, like people have made Rubik's Cubes in programs before, I'm sure. Unity, especially, I'm sure, probably. I haven't specifically seeked that stuff out. Like, I haven't like looked up a thing of people making Rubik's Cube in Unity, but I'm sure that's been done somewhere. I want to try to do it blindish, just for funsies. The thing I'm trying to do with the camera stuff in Miscellaneous with Unicycle is something that I know has been done before in many games, many 3D platformers and stuff. I just can't figure out how they do it. So, like what I'm trying to do isn't like super, well, I mean, it's complicated, but isn't like super insane, never been done before kind of a thing. It's like a little bit unorthodox, but not super uncommon. The main thing that's complicated is, that make some potential solutions more complicated, is the fact that I want the player to be able to like do loop-de-loops and like, not just quick woo, but like extended periods of time on a wall and thus camera sideways, and then be able to like fall off the wall and have the camera turn back upright and stuff like that. It's just, everything the player needs to do, in addition to like, just, there's a lot that you can simplify it when you assume the camera is always upright, that I can't do. But even then, I know there's some games that, like, the Ratchet & Clank is a common example that I've used. It's a game that, like, 90% of the game, you are upright and, like, whatever, and the camera does the things that I kind of want it to do. But there's, like, a part in that game you get, like, magnet shoes and then, like, walk up a wall and, like, the camera does go sideways for that. It doesn't break. So, yeah, and that's a game from 2005? Or 2002, something like that. Anyways, I can ramble all day about Vigilante things. I'll save those rambles for back when we get back to doing the Handmade with Unicycle stuff. So yeah, we're gonna end things off here for now. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with Subnautica, which looking forward to getting back to that and dying a bunch. The last stream with Subnautica, there's a clip of it that's great. Lots of jump scares happened that, especially, I can't believe that, like, so this is one, okay, last thing I'll ramble as the raid stuff is happening. I have a time limit, real quick, it's just that, there's an enemy in that game that is known for being, like, you know, scary, spooky. It's like what you see on like the thumbnails of YouTube videos, like, oh, I got appeared by this enemy, and I knew that I'd run into it at some point, and then I was in an area I kind of knew where it was, but like I was a bit away from it, and then I'm interacting with something, and I don't just see the enemy, I see its shadow. It's shadow in the sand that I know that it's right behind me, and then I start to swim away, and then it's right there. So like that happened that way, like. Good job, game. And then that wasn't the only time in that stream that I got jump scared by that kind of enemy. There were so many. I have clips of that. Yeah, I saw those clips and they're great. Yeah. So, yeah. Hey, anyways, I'm almost out of time. Like, the raid is gonna time out. So unfortunately, I gotta go. So, yeah. Anyways, so that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. All right. Well, yeah. All right. Bye!